This meeting of the School Board Nominating Commission of Anne Arundel County will come to order. Each of the commissioners has been given an agenda, and I have my own agenda somewhere. I think I handed them all out. I'll just peek over your shoulder. Our first item of business is the approval of minutes, which Commissioner Hammond sent around to all the commissioners yesterday or the day before. Is there any objection to adopting the minutes that have been sent to the commissioners?
I'd like to change City Hall to Arundel Center as far as locations we called for potential locations to film our last meeting.
Right, and that's under section 5, something, I don't know, it's under there.
Yes, it says Brandenburg stated we checked for availability there in City Hall. And
Right.
it was the school board facilities and Arundel Center.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Okay. Any other changes or additions to the minutes? Okay. Is there any objection to adopting the minutes with that correction?
No.
Okay. Seeing none, we'll adopt the minutes. The next item of business on the agenda is the chair's announcements. Bear with me while I get to the correct page here. My notes. Okay. On behalf of the commission, I want to thank the applicants who are here tonight, their supporters, and the interested public for coming out. The chair especially appreciates each applicant for stepping forward and his or her willingness to serve our community. Candidates who may not be selected for the nomination should recognize that the outcome has nothing to do with them and to do with everything to do with the very high caliber of the applicants who have come forward to serve. We might like to forward every name, but to maintain the integrity of the commission, that's just not possible. Those decisions will be made at the next hearing. That'll be held on March 28th at this location. The chair would like to encourage commissioners to follow the applicants' introductions and other commissioners' questions carefully as we're listening to their responses, listening for similarities to our own concerns. That way we can be as efficient as we possibly can tonight. The procedures for the presentation. Prior to the interviews, there'll be public comment tonight. Members of the public are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes, but maybe ask questions by the commissioners. The order of the candidates' presentation was made randomly. Each candidate will have 5 minutes to introduce themselves. The chair will raise a hand at 4:30. The candidates will be seated over here. The chair will raise his hand at 4:30, and the chair's cell phone alarm will chime, or the chair will make some kind of grumbling noise to indicate the time at 5 minutes. Following the introduction, the commissioners will ask questions of each candidate. These are limited to 2 per commissioner at 5 minutes each, although all that time does not necessarily need to be used. Our next meeting will be on March 28th, and we'll conduct the remaining interviews. We'll make our decisions regarding District 33, and we'll consider bylaw changes to bring the bylaws in line with the code. We'll also discuss at that time any suggestions made by Dr. Snyder, who has just joined us and is listed on the agenda to speak. The specific bylaws changes that the chair is interested in are as follows. These are really just things that are in the code that aren't currently in the bylaws. One is in the code that says the commission shall hold at least 2 public hearings on the selection of nominees before recommending to the governor nominees for appointment to the county board. Again, that's in the code, but it's not in the bylaws. And another was for each nomination to the county board, the commissioner shall submit to the governor a list of nominees that contains at least 2 names for each vacancy. If there are fewer than 2 applicants for the vacancy, the number of names is equal to the number of applicants for the vacancy. Those things were in the code, but they never made it into the bylaws. The other item is something that we just have to, there are 2 things that we have to correct to the bylaws that don't require a vote because they've already been voted upon. The chairman is interested in scheduling regular meetings in accordance with the bylaws, which doesn't appear to have been done for several years. The chair plans to use an online scheduling tool to do this with an eye on May for the meeting. This will give us the opportunity to address any administrative issues not addressed on March 28th. The aim is to schedule the regular meetings to occur each May and December. Again, it's the chairman's intention that a reporter from the Capital Gazette have full access to that scheduling process. We included her on the scheduling tool that we use to schedule these two hearings. At this time, the chair would like to go over a couple of the administrative improvements that we have made so far. The first is this meeting in this location outside of Annapolis. This has been in the newspaper, so many of you have read about it, but the chair will just read at this time from the bylaws that we have under Article 6 of meetings. The time and place of these meetings shall be determined by the commissioners, and notice thereof shall be given at least 10 days prior to the commissioners and to the public by means that will provide the greatest opportunity for the public to attend, and where appropriate, participate in the same. And then later on under meetings, further, one sentence down, it says the meetings shall provide for public participation. However, the commissioners may establish reasonable rules and regulations regarding the length of public comments to be made by individuals and groups so as to allow for the best use of the commission's time and for the maximized amount of public participation. So we really appreciate all of you from the public being here tonight in Severna Park with us. Some other improvements that we've made under the new commission. Candidates will no longer be in alphabetical order, or are no longer in alphabetical order and interviewing in front of one another. That has been the tradition of the prior SBNC, to interview a person just after that person had watched another's interview. So what we'll do tonight is we'll have, as we have been doing, we'll have a candidate up here and the other, as it is tonight, 4 candidates. We have chairs out there in the waiting area, and we'll just have one person come in at a time. The current SBNC has improved the application process. The application process is internal to the SBNC, yet all the materials are being made to the public at the appropriate time. In the past, the applications were mailed to the Board of Education so that anyone there handling the mail knew the names of the applicants even before the commissioners. Candidates are asked to opt in to providing a brief list of their goals that they are willing to have permanently publicly available. This measure raises the standard of accountability of applicants to the residents of the county, as well as illustrates the commission's selection of candidates who share the residents' goals. Presently, the applications of the prior SBNC nominees have been removed from the website. They were removed before we started. Candidates are sent forward with a majority of the commissioners' votes rather than a supermajority. This aids the commission in fulfilling its mandate by needing only a quorum present. It also provides the governor not only with nominees but an indication of level of support within the commission. I've already mentioned the meeting venue. Oh, the email address for application submission is no longer contains a typing error, and applicants get a reply acknowledging receipt of their materials. In the past, that email address for the applicants, if they did not use the mail, was SBNC ACC at whatever it was, not AAC. This is in Arundel County, so there was a typing address in what people were using to submit materials to this commission. Typing error. Time limits and for comment and discussion by commissioners are established to encourage concise, meaningful comment. This commission has established a secretary, a requirement by the bylaws. There had not been one. It was always required. We posted all agendas and meeting minutes promptly upon adoption. Many of the meeting minutes from the past are lost. This is a significant contributor to the confusion around voting rules. Attention has been drawn to this, but still no secretary was selected. Seeking to establish consistent voting rules, a draft of document of that sort is discussed in the videos of the old SBNC and the minutes that are posted, but no one has that draft, or it has not yet been presented to us. Known issues left to handle. We're working on a fairly substantive typing error in the publicly posted bylaws. It's been there for 7 years. They refer to one of the positions representing the chambers, plural, of commerce, when the code is singular, chamber. The chair would like to place a form on the SBNC website to form a mailing list to ensure residents who are particularly interested in our proceedings are up to date, and we've requested this of Anne Arundel County Public Schools presently. This is something we're working on getting done. And I think that's it. So that is the end of the chairman's announcements. Next item on the agenda is unfinished business, which gets us into the appointments for District 33 and the administrative improvements of the commission. And the first of these is a 10-minute presentation regarding SBNC administration by Dr. Jim Snyder.
Where should I sit, over here or?
Wherever you like.
So first, let me thank you for addressing the procedural issues that you have done. My tone is critical, but I appreciate the steps that you have taken. You have taken a fairly substantial one. But anyway, I'm going to continue now. At 2 previous meetings, I went over my first 8 recommendations, and now I'm going to continue. And I did append them from my original November 7th, the 17th recommendations, and I'll note where I have appended the original ones. So we start now with number 9. Use one government email address for all official school board nominating commission communications. Since 2008, the previous SBNC chair used 4 different private email accounts for official SBNC communications, only one of which was publicized. In comparison to his email practices, I give presidential candidate Hillary Clinton an award for email transparency and accountability. Unfortunately, the current SBNC chair appears to be copying his predecessor's email habits, which I'll grant the Maryland General Assembly is largely to blame for by providing the SBNC with no budget. Number 10, fix either the bylaws or the SBNC's procedures. Bylaws should have some semblance with reality. When bylaws aren't worth the parchment they are written on, it fosters disrespect for the law. I'd especially encourage you to carefully consider revising the last sentence of Article 8. Quote, unquote, any request for the disclosure of commission information and materials shall be reported to the chairperson as soon as practical, unquote. There are so many problems with that provision, especially how it has been interpreted in practice, that it's hard to know where to begin. Number 11, request that stakeholders disclose on their SBNC webpage bios the nature of their stakeholder financial relationships with AACPS. These are not at all obvious as they might at first appear. I would suggest stakeholders' bios include, at a minimum, the following public information. 1, title within the stakeholder organization. 2, any official roles in negotiating stakeholder contracts with AACPS. 3, a link to a copy of those contracts and side agreements. 4, any official AAC committees on which one serves as an appointed member. 5, the amount of money the stakeholders organization directly receives from AACPS as a payee, with payee defined by the signature on the check, i.e. the check is cut from an AACPS official. And 6, any government jurisdiction which one is registered as a lobbyist. As of the 2013 election cycle, SBNC commissioners have had to disclose much of this information to the AACPS ethics panel, but the ethics panel, riddled with conflicts of interest, has demonstrated itself to be a cesspool of secrecy and public intimidation. Consequently, the type of information I'm talking about needs to be posted on the SBNC website. I'm adding a 12th, 13th, and 14th item that I added for the January 7th public meeting. 12, postpone the nomination of candidates so that you can hold the originally scheduled second public hearing and avoid needlessly violating state law. Today, you apparently canceled the originally scheduled second public hearing, which I believe is required by Maryland statute. Obviously, that's from the past. 13, move your meetings to the Anne Arundel Community College. I applaud the SBNC for moving its meetings out of a location controlled by the Board of Education. The previous arrangement was like holding a presidential debate in one of the incumbent candidates' offices. Moving to the Anne Arundel Center eliminates such a blatant conflict of interest, but a better home would be the Anne Arundel Community College. Whatever you do, it is vital that the meetings be webcast and archived for at least 10 years, the maximum term for Board of Education members. For the most part, the webcast is the only meaningful public record we have of what candidates promise to do in order to win office. 14, provide adequate notice of your meetings. The SBNC's bylaws, originally discussed in 2008 at 2 secret meetings of the SBNC in violation of Maryland's Open Meetings Act, has a provision requiring that, quote unquote, the time and place of these meetings shall be determined by the commissioners and notice thereof shall be given at least 10 days prior thereto to the commissioners and the public by a means that will provide the greatest opportunity for the public to attend and, where appropriate, participate in the same. If you read that. This public notice requirement was violated in the SBNC's notice for this meeting, now we're talking retrospectively, which was sent out on the evening of December 30th, 2017, only 8 days before this meeting, including only 4 days after the holiday break. We all know from my various complaints to the Maryland Open Meetings Compliance Board concerning the SBNC that it considers not only this bylaw requirement a joke, but also the public notice requirement contained in Maryland's Open Meetings Act. Nevertheless, I would encourage you to either fix or obey this bylaw requirement, because doing otherwise inculcates into both the public and the SBNC a contempt for the law. Having said that, the 8 days of notice was actually among the best the SBNC has done since 2008. I am adding a 15th item in a conclusion that I added for your February 1st public meeting. 15, allow citizens to download and clip webcasts of your meetings. Currently, the SBNC has no published written minutes from 2011, 2013, 2014, and the second election cycle of 2015. Its videos of meetings are only archived back to 2014 and are routinely and arbitrarily removed from public access with no public notice. If the SBNC will not provide an adequate public record, the public should be allowed to do so. Any other restrictions on public use, such as a ban on video clipping, should also be removed. I would like to close with 2 questions. First, over the years, I have repeatedly asked SBNC commissioners and other Anne Arundel County politicians why they don't create an explicit budget for the SBNC. The answer I've always gotten from politicians associated with both political parties is that they don't want to spend money on such a line item. But taxpayers already pay a lot to support the SBNC. My estimate is that it has cost taxpayers at least $50,000 since 2008. What have taxpayers gotten for all that money? Not very much. A public records pigsty, massive shirking of right-to-know laws, including extensive use of private and unaccountable email for government business, and now nominees approved with a process that clearly violated Maryland law. Our Maryland General Assembly and local leaders have been providing administrative support under the table, which prevents political accountability. There is a reason we have right-to-know laws with regard to government budgets. It is to deter exactly the type of abuses I have chronicled in my comments. And sad to say, creating controls to hold public officials accountable does cost money. Pretending that it doesn't is simply a recipe for corruption. As SBNC commissioners often say, you get what you pay for. That includes not only teacher quality, but political accountability. Do you genuinely believe that supporting a zero public accountability budget, that is, zero money explicitly allocated for such a purpose, is really in the public interest? Second, I would like to ask whether, in retrospect, it was really worthwhile trying to prevent me from raising SBNC procedural issues on November 17, 2015. What did you gain by doing so? When the Maryland General Assembly, Anne Arundel County Council, or Anne Arundel County Board of Education seeks to make major procedural changes, they all use a system of public notice and comment. Now, by the way, this is no longer relevant to you, but I'm reading retrospectively. Since 2008, the SBNC has not allowed for public notice and comment when making major procedural changes. The culmination of that desire for control over public comment has resulted in the violation of law that this meeting seeks to remedy. The complaints filed by the Anne Arundel Democratic Central Committee to the Office of Maryland's Attorney General and abundant adverse SBNC coverage for its gross carelessness in both the Washington Post and the Capitol. Finally, all my comments have been about the SBNC's small d democratic design, writ small. In light of the legislation introduced by the Maryland General Assembly last week in regard to the future of the SBNC's membership, I would like to add a comment about the SBNC's democratic design writ large. Since at least 2008, I've argued that the SBNC's institutional design probably violates the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution's 14th Amendment. Since I believe the General Assembly's proposed changes aggravates that violation, I would ask that you alert it to the legal risk it is taking. It is tempting to treat laws such as Maryland's right-to-know laws as a joke when no one has an incentive to enforce them. But if the current law passes the General Assembly, the incentives could change. This is a risk that should be carefully considered, not glibly dismissed. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. So, I know that was a lot, but...
You're at 8:57.
Okay.
Any commissioners have any questions? The chair has two questions. One, that I had thought of in advance, you hit along the way. I may have to revise it. I may have three questions. I guess the first, I'll just make a point. The community college versus this venue. The first place I contacted when the chair looked to change venues into districts was the community college, as we had discussed. They do have a better AV system, although we really appreciate the tech guys here today helping us out. This is going very well, I think. Thank you. And, oh, by the way, we really appreciate Severna Park Community Center for putting this up. This is fantastic of them to do. The first place I called was the community college, though. And I spoke with Jerry Vess, event planning, and the quotation I wrote on my notes was, quote, "Everybody pays." And he gave me the phone number to this place. So here we are. That's why we're here and not the community college.
They have done, the SBT has had meetings at the community college in the past, and the enabling legislation for PEG and the counties suggests that not only elected officials, but community groups can use for free public access facilities. But, the main one is in Glen Burnie. So anyway, I'm just letting you know, in the past,
Perhaps
they have used it for free.
This chairman can afford to bring people bottled water. Perhaps the prior chairman could afford venues.
He didn't pay for it, I can tell you that. This is great, by the way, as long as you can do it. It's a great location. And by the way, I applaud you. Generally, when the school board and the county council want to avoid televised meetings, they hold a regional meeting like this, which is convenient. You've combined, you don't have to sacrifice webcasting, and you've combined it, and I think that's great. And much of the country does that, but large and wealthy Anne Arundel County hasn't.
To be fair, we were going to sacrifice live televising to record it at this venue for the reasons stated that I read earlier in the bylaws.
Okay.
We were able to get this sort of
It's
ahead of
amazing.
schedule. It was
That's
something
very impressive.
that we've talked about from the beginning, but it just fell into place, so here we are. We're saying that assuming that it's live streaming now, so who knows what's going on behind the camera. In the past, do you know if people who wrote letters of support or public comment received confirmation that they were received via email?
Well, not to know, but I have done Public Information Act requests because I consider that hidden electioneering. It says you're supposed to hold 2 public hearings. And last year, for the first time, they instituted this private, submit letters to the chair. And I was not able to get any of those because the attorney for the SBNC said they were exempt under the personnel exemption. It was a personnel matter. Where I thought of them as electioneering, where it should be publicly disclosed. That wasn't so. Anyway, I requested that information. They clearly got quite a bit of it, but I was not able to access it.
Okay. And you had mentioned this to me before. The bylaws designate the chair as the official spokesperson of this commission. What's happened in the past? Have there been other commissioners to make comments to the press challenging the actions of the commission?
Believe it or not, this is the first time that any other commissioner besides the chair has spoken publicly. And I know because early on, I would ask commissioners for information, and they would say, according to the bylaws, all communications from the press have to go to the chair. And they were very consistent. They wouldn't talk to me. And that has completely, just like the attorney's support, just suddenly disappeared when the new SBNC took over on November 17th. That rule also just completely disappeared, and now commissioners have felt comfortable talking to the press. So, I didn't really read that bylaw requirement as mandating that, but that's what I was told early on by commissioners. And if you look in the Capitol, in the record, every quote until 2015 is from the chair. There are no other commissioners that have spoken out publicly. It's just breathtaking. Not only that, they would provide critical information to the public, which is one reason I filed a number of Public Information Act requests, not that they were successful, as some of them were. But,
I don't have any further questions. Anything else? Okay, we appreciate your time.
thank you for having me. That was pretty daring.
Okay, next on the agenda are interviews for the District 33 seat. Again, these names were listed in Mathematica, Wolfram Mathematica, randomly ordered around the schedules that people told me the availability they had. And so these what we're going to have is each person will be here one at a time. First is Mrs. Picard, and the other 4 people, if you would, please wait in the vestibule area. Put out a bottle of water. I said I can do that at each of the 4 chairs. And this is not for some sort of secrecy thing, this is really so that you don't have to watch someone answer the question that you might get, and you have to come back, follow, and try to make it interesting, having just heard someone else answer it. Thanks. Yes, that is William Frome, Jill Whitley, Carrie Petz, and Diana Pack. Okay, we're going to go just down that row to ask our questions. Go in this order. I'm sorry, not just yet, but I'm just saying when we do this. So, is that what we're going to do? Yes, we can. Is that what we'll do? We'll go down the row.
Sure.
Okay. You want to do that as we ask questions of? I think so. Yeah. Okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll do 5-minute public testimony. Okay. Or not public testimony, your introduction.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, point of order.
Yeah.
That's the term. Point of order, that's what you mean. I made a
I wanted to
mistake.
use that opportunity to use the restroom, actually. So.
Well, that's very nice. I overlooked something. Our next item on the agenda wasn't the interviews. I skipped something. It was the public testimony. So, perfect opportunity. Sorry to have revealed that to everyone. All right. Yeah, Mrs. Picard, could you let them know, I'm sorry that I had gone out of order and they actually have a few more minutes if they'd like to listen to public testimony. Thank you. Each person, as you come up and speak, just please just say your name and address so that Commissioner Hammond can try to catch that and get it in the minutes. And then you have a 3-minute period of time to speak. Yes, that's fine. Okay. Am I missing anything else? Good. All right. So whenever you're ready, I'll
I'm
start.
ready. Hi, good evening. I'm Cynthia Robichaud. I live at 1100 Skyway Drive in Annapolis, Maryland. I will be very brief. I have some concerns about the nominating commission. I feel like there is not enough transparency in what is done on the commission. They question the people, but then the decisions are made behind closed doors, and then the commission comes out and gives their vote. I know that's true because I have been I've seen the process. I sat for hours last year waiting for the commission to come back in, and I thought they would be discussing the candidates and discussing their views on them, but the decisions had already been made behind closed doors. I find that very concerning because then the public has no idea what the board is making their decisions on. We don't know why decisions were made the way they were made. Another concern that I have is that I feel like you say that you give adequate notification that there's going to be a meeting, but I feel like some of the meeting dates are made on evenings that it's going to hinder the public coming. The last meeting that you had for the last set of candidates, one of the meetings that you had was on the night that the school board was presenting their budget. That was a huge conflict. I could not be at both events. So those kind of things. The next meeting that you're having for this one is the night that spring break ends for the children. That's another, that makes it difficult for families that are going to be traveling for spring break to be involved in this proceeding. So those are the kind of concerns that I have. Another concern that I have is that I am concerned that perhaps the county executive has become too involved in this process. I know that he has a representative on the commission, and I think that that's where it should end. I don't think that there should be questioning of people that have put forth their name by the county executive after the fact. That's the extent of my conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you mind spelling your last name?
Robichaud.
Thanks. I'm glad I asked because I would have botched that.
You might have gotten.
Whenever you're ready.
Good evening. Amy Leahy, 712 Monmouth Avenue, Severna Park, District 33 resident. I wasn't really planning on speaking tonight, but since you offered, I just wanted to say that it is refreshing to finally have a school board nominating commission that is open and available, because for the whole 8 years, however many years that's been in existence, I completely agree with Jim Snyder that it has been non-transparent, very hidden. There's been no responsiveness from School Board Nominating Commission for years. Anyone who, as a matter of fact, when Emily applied to the school board, I believe there was only one other nominee that year. And the reason was because for so many years, there had been absolutely no response. There was absolutely no interest in getting public input from what was happening as far as our school board went. And I will say that even though there may be some worrisome about the fact that the county executive is now involved with the school board nominating process, it is our Anne Arundel County School Board. And the fact that the county executive up until, well, even now, only has one appointment on the school board, I think is absolutely insane. Because it is our school board and we should be able to select the people that are on the school board. How much time do I have?
You're at 1:32.
Okay, the other thing I want to mention is my husband was on the school board for 5 years. And there's been so much in the press about how the school board nominating commission did not put forth, well, you did put forth the names of the people who were currently on the school board. The governor, however, did not choose to select them. My husband, when he was on the school board, was also not reappointed because he had been appointed by Bob Ehrlich, who was a Republican. And so now there's this whole thing about he actually was not reappointed by O'Malley because he was a Republican. So anybody who wants to start complaining that this is a partisan issue, it's always been a partisan issue, and I don't see how that's going to resolve because of the fact that politics will come into play, whether or not people are appointed, elected, whatever. I happen to personally feel that we need an elected school board. So just to say, my husband was not reappointed because he was unqualified. His name was not even sent forward to Governor O'Malley for a reappointment. So anyway, I thank you all. I think it's a great thing that we're actually having a conversation now because the appointment of our school board members is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else testify? No one on behalf of the candidates yet? Just to be clear, and some people have asked about this via email, candidates who are here. If you have people who want to come speak on your behalf, they're welcome to come on the 28th as well, or some people from the who are going on the 20th, I told them they could have their folks here tonight if they wanted to. Okay, I think now we are on to the next item on the agenda. Keep me straight, is that where we are? So I think now we're on to the interviews, so we'll proceed as if we were back there. So you'll have 5 minutes to introduce yourself, and then we'll go down the line. And at that time, each commissioner will introduce his or herself, and then ask their questions.
Do I need to do something here?
I don't think so.
Well, good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Nominating Commission. My name is Allison Pickard, and I'm very pleased to be with you this evening. Please allow me to take just a moment to express my sincere appreciation to the members of the Nominating Commission for your service to the community. Thank you for dedicating your time. It's an important endeavor, and congratulations to all the talented candidates who have been brave enough to put themselves forward to serve on the Board of Education. By way of an introduction, I'm a resident of Millersville, Maryland, and the mother of 3 children who currently attend Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I was Oakwood Elementary PTA president from 2012 to 2014, AACPS Volunteer of the Month in December 2012, AACPS Volunteer of the Year in 2013, and am currently proud to serve as the District 33 member of the Board of Education. In that capacity, I also serve as the chairperson of the board's policy committee, a member of the scholarship committee, a member of the Maryland Association of Boards of Education Legislative Committee, and most recently, the Board of Education representative to the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance Task Force. Since my appointment to the board less than 1 year ago by Governor Hogan, I have done all in my power to fulfill the governor's directive to demonstrate strong personal and professional commitment to serve the best interests of students. And I sincerely appreciate the governor's great confidence in my dedication to public service expressed at the time of my first appointment to the board just last year. Excuse me. I can't tell you how rewarding it's been to serve as a member of the board for the last 9 months. I have fully engaged in the workings of board leadership. In addition, I have thoroughly enjoyed visiting schools throughout the county. I'm extremely grateful to have had the opportunity to tour schools in every feeder system, all 3 charter schools in our county, as well as a few of our alternative education and special education schools. These school visits have been very informative and meaningful to my role as a board member. Enhanced orientation meetings with various departments of AACPS, including special education, advanced studies, food service, and equity and accelerated student achievement have been especially useful. In order to make sound decisions on the behalf of students, it's vital to the functioning of the board that members are informed trustees. On that note, I don't think I can stress enough how important it is for the county to have a highly functioning board or the need for fully committed board members. I've been so deeply impressed with the level of commitment of my fellow board members since my appointment last year and can personally attest to the considerable demands placed on board members. And I would say I have spent at least 25 to 30 hours per week on board-related business. But that has been particularly striking to me is the ability of all our board members, But what has been particularly striking to me has been the ability of our board members to put their personal agendas aside in order to put the interests of students and public education system first and foremost. That's why I'm here tonight. I'm keenly aware of the political headwinds that confront my application, despite my undisputed record of service to our schools and Board of Education. I'm here because I'm fully invested in and passionate about making our school system the best that it can be. Thank you for your time and attention, and I would be pleased to answer any of your questions.
Ms. Picard, good evening, and thank you for coming. I am David McClatchy, and I represent the Annapolis City and Anne Arundel Chamber of Commerce. I have a couple of really simple questions. One, if you had a pool of money, would you invest it in pre-K, K through 3, or high school freshmen, sophomores, and seniors for testing? College testing. Pre-K,
Pre-K?
K through 3, or high school, but I'll just generally refer to as high school testing.
Sure. I think at this moment in time, I would take that money and invest it in pre-K.
Okay, great. I only have 5 minutes.
Oh, I have more to say on that topic, but I'll...
Okay, well, I've got a little bit less. If you were elected, how would you engage the business community to better serve our children? That's
Well-
open-ended, so go ahead.
Okay. The Anne Arundel County Public Schools has fantastic business relationships. Through our 21st Century Foundation, through our signature programs, which I think are really, really cool and make education at the high school level relevant to our high school students, I think we're doing some really neat things. I would expand on those as we're doing. I just had the pleasure of being at the Anne Arundel County Regional Science and Engineering Fair, and the business community came out in a stellar fashion to award different achievements within the science fair of 6th through 12th grade. Those are really neat ways. We have some goals with our Cat North facility, our CTE training. We could be doing a little better with apprenticeships and bringing our own students through our counseling, not just into the academics of AP and everything else, but also looking at our career and technology centers. I had an opportunity to tour Cat North, and I was blown away by students who knew at 10th grade what they could do as a precision machinist. It was pretty stunning, and they had quite a career path mapped out for themselves. So I know the business community is working really well with our schools, and we can just only continue to grow that.
Thank you. The final question would be, do you support the Common Core curriculum?
I most certainly do.
Thank you very much. I waive the rest of my time.
Okay, I have
What's wrong
one question for you. I'm from the community college, and we have a concern about the achievement gap. And I also have a concern about getting the students in Anne Arundel County started early. So you talked about pre-K. We don't have enough pre-K classes to satisfy the amount of pre-K children that we currently have in Anne Arundel County, and it's growing. How would you continue to look toward increasing and improving the pre-K program?
Well, pre-K, both of my youngest sons were able to benefit from our pre-K program by getting in one of those coveted slots in September. But pre-K is an issue because currently our 2,000 pre-K students, the majority which are still half-day, are not funded. That is an unfunded mandate from our state government. So we absorb the cost of our pre-K students with our K through 12 per pupil allotment. So expanding pre-K is vital. But most importantly, we need to be targeting where we are going to expand pre-K. I don't think the community, I'm not necessarily at this moment in time in 2016 for universal pre-K for lots of reasons. One, we don't have the capacity in our buildings to even begin to house universal pre-K, and I don't think the community is ready, and there's not necessarily a full-blown need for all 4-year-olds to be in mandatory school. But we do have we do know that pre-K, a high quality pre-K has substantial impact on our on closing the achievement gap. You can look at the meta-analysis of 123 studies, and you'll see that the impact is there. But we have to also balance that with the resources we're given. So we're looking right now to build an early childhood education center, which would be solely pre-K in our southern feeder, which will be fantastic. I don't know if that addresses your pre-K question.
Good evening, and thank you for throwing your hat in the ring again. My first question is, now that you've had some time on the board, is there anything that has occurred that you completely unanticipated that came to you as either an unintended consequence or just kind of a shock because it was not something that there was any mention of before or any forethought?
You mean with the role itself?
Yes.
Well, when I first applied and spent time deliberating with my family and others, I had spent time with our with the current board president to find out exactly what the role entailed. As a mother of 3 school-aged children, I felt like I knew what the expectations were, but actually then getting in and fulfilling the role, it's a lot. You need a strong support system at home, your husband, your friends. I have to give a shout out to my friend Yvonne, who's like a second mother these days to my kids. She has supported me and put my kids to bed when I've been late at a meeting. I didn't anticipate being in that Riva Road boardroom till 1 a.m., I can tell you that. But other than that, you know, there's been new things. Being on the Board of Education is a role that you can't really prepare for. It's you're one of 9. You, as a collective group, supervise the superintendent, but no one supervises you. You're independent of your board members, and it's just a very interesting role and challenge professionally and personally. Even though there's board leadership, who, sort of drive the process. They're not responsible for me. Does that make sense? So that's just a unique set of circumstances, and it's also made it incredibly interesting to, in a professional way, to play out the role.
And then how do you engage parents and students at both the school and board level?
How have I? Well, I'm still very involved in both of my children's schools. As a board member, you get when people you sort of get a little more email. But we've had some success this year as the Citizen Advisory Council has been reinvigorated. That's been a really, I look to do more of that as a board member. They have done a really nice job of being a go-between between the board and the schools and the feeders. So that's been we have two board members, two CAC members that attend the policy committee meeting. And as I attend CAC meetings, they are sort of our eyes and ears in the community. And that relationship has really improved as far as I can tell from previous CAC and board relationships. So I'm looking to really develop that even more as we go forward.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susanna Kiki. I have a question about charter schools. You mentioned that you visited them, and I know that they've been very successful in Anne Arundel County and nationwide. And I'm just curious to know if you'd support any future efforts to open up even more charter schools in our county.
Certainly. I think charters definitely have a place within our school district. We are looking forward to the Children's Guild opening a contract school in Annapolis, which is an exciting opportunity for students for school choice in that part of the county. So that's exciting.
Hi, I'm Kemp Hammond, and I had a question regarding a couple of the comments in your application. What, if any, ideas or thoughts do you have on, as Commissioner Dixon Proctor mentioned, closing the achievement gap or addressing the achievement gap? Specifically, you even mentioned in your application, I guess it was meant to be a rhetorical question, but it's also presented to you, how do we improve resourcing for equity in education?
Yeah. It's not an easy answer, is it? There are feeder systems that have the benefit of more engaged parent involvement. We just, I think it's Broadneck. Their parent population raised in a booster club, they just raised $200,000 to improve their athletic facilities. Wow, that's exciting. But that's not happening in every single one of our feeders. So that's where some public-private partnerships could come in as we look to the business community, looking at how we can balance that out. There's not an easy answer because the diversity in our county, geographically, the income inequality in the county, they're not easy answers. And the school system can only be one partner in that. We don't have all the answers. We get students for 180 days for 6.5 hours a day. So, as far as closing the achievement gap and looking at equity, we have to be having a more collaborative conversation in the county as a whole.
And a follow-up to Mr. McClatchy's question, you answered it presented the three options, pre-K. Why that option?
Well, I could only pick one. So.
Sorry.
Well, because right now the school district's already working at the K through 3 level with new curriculum, and we're rolling out new curriculum which is both challenging and exciting. So there is already some things going on. I think pre-K, getting our students earlier, not just because maybe some students aren't getting academics at home, but it also brings students into a stable environment where they can also, within the school, access other other services, whether it's nutrition or social services, and those sorts of wraparound things that happen in a school community can start looking at the home life of our student population. And we have poverty in this county. Our farms rate have gone from 16% 10 years ago. We are at 30% free and reduced lunch population in the county. We have to start talking about who really lives in this county.
Thanks.
All right, my name is Joanne Maynard. I'm continue to be concerned about the business community criticizing the schools for not preparing kids for the working world, even very basic things. You addressed about up at the Vote Tech Center in the North County, I've forgotten the name of the school, that you were really quite pleased with what you saw about kids and their career paths and so forth. But is there anything that this county has in the way of a business education roundtable that you meet with the business community and discuss some of these issues about preparing kids for the...
At the board level? Mm-hmm. Well, we have a board member that sits on the 21st Century Foundation, and those business partners are working in our schools every day. I don't know that we have a current business roundtable happening
Anything
now.
like that? Mhm.
But that's an interesting concept.
I don't know whether that would be of any interest or not. I know at the state level there is something like that, and a lot of good things have come out of that. And I think it's something that we need to talk about. For instance, I think that maybe the course offerings that we have there are too many of them. Maybe we need to expunge some of them. They're not as relevant as maybe they were at one time for the high school, the electives and everything, that we could use some things that would maybe be more appropriate for when kids get out into the working world. I think that it's something that bears consideration, that some of these businesses can give internships to the kids. This is more, of course, for high school level. And I think in the community college, I think there needs to be, do you have any idea how many are going to the community college as well as into the high school? Your number of kids now, is that growing?
I don't know the number, but I do know that we certainly have students taking classes at an accelerated.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing both high school and community college coursework, most definitely.
I think that would be something that would be of considerable interest to me. Business education roundtable, talking with business. You know, how could we prepare the kids more, and with the community college? So, don't know if you had any thoughts on that or not.
Sure, no, that sounds like a good thought. I think we have some of that happening in the schools, but there's always room for improvement. I'll take that back to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for putting your name in, and thank you for taking care of my seat previously. My question, I ask the same question every time, and I think it's so critical and so important, is truly understanding the role of a board member and the role of a superintendent. And having sat in this seat for 9 months now, I'm sure you've sort of seen it at its good and its bad and the ugly. So why don't you just to sort of expand and explain sort of where you sit and where your position is as far as the role of a board member and the role of the superintendent.
Well, there's lots of ways to try to explain that, but the role of a board member is certainly a little bit more of the 30,000-foot level. One of our most important jobs as a board is to hire the superintendent, and with that, the board, as a collective group of 9, we have really technically 3 employees, I think, right now, and the superintendent has 10,000. And remembering that has its challenges sometimes, even for the most seasoned board member, I think. But the board is there to set the vision and create policies that allow us to govern our schools and assure that we are producing curriculum and standards that we can all be proud of and holding our students to those standards. So the line, we had a great session at one of the board member orientations from the Maryland Association of Board Members about looking at a line and seeing where sometimes you dip down and you try to stack, and you can't not do it, but remembering your role as a board member and not getting into the weeds. For some things, it's very practical, because if we are at the appeal level. So if there's issues with a teacher or student, we can't be involved in that, because if that goes up, we have to hear that just like a court case. So that's that. It didn't take me too long to figure it out, but it is just something new. It's a very different professional experience. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I do cleanup, so.
I'm Linda Ferrara, and I represent the Association of Educational Leaders, which are the administrators, the principals, the assistant principals, coordinators, etc. How do you build consensus, and give an example in how you were able to do this?
You've asked me this question before.
It's an important question.
It's a very important question, and I have probably a very different answer than I had a little over a year ago. Building consensus is not always easy, but I think one of the things that one of the really interesting things, I think one of the most interesting things about the actual professional role of a board member that I've learned this year, and I learned it after the very first meeting, was you prepare your board packet and you read through everything and you have this very clear idea of what you think about a topic or how you're going to vote or an appeal, and then you get in a room with 9 people in closed session for an appeal per se, and it could completely change as the discussion. So I've learned being very open and listening more than I talk, which is sort of hard for me, as you can imagine, but listening more and then trying to understand where everybody's perspective is from and finding that common ground. It's been a really, really interesting endeavor. I hate to use the example that I have in mind, because it brings up a whole topic that's not a pleasant one in the county right now, but it's a good one. The whole issue of start time has been very, very challenging, and building and deciding where we are going to go as a board has been very hard, and we've had turns of events over the last 9 months that we came to a conclusion at the budget hearing that I don't think any of us thought we were going to be at, and building the consensus about making that vote took a lot of work, and it was very hard. There was a lot of sleep lost over it, but it was what we felt we needed to do for the good of the budget and ultimately the school system. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay.
What do you consider one of the most important issues for the school board? How would you set to solve it?
What's one of the most important issues for the school board and how to solve it? Mm-hmm. It's hard to pick one. Oh, gosh. Oh, I don't have one that I don't know if I have one. I think one that we are not quite focused on yet that we need to be is the new Every Student Succeed Act. And we as a board to this day are not talking about it, but parts of that bill, parts of that act go into effect as of this summer, I believe. And from the state level, it is bringing accountability back off the federal government down to the state and local government, and we need to start focusing on it. There's a call to have local LEA involvement in decisions made at the state level, and I haven't seen those conversations happening yet. And it is going to have a great impact on how we deliver our education in the state. And we've got to get talking about it. So it's one of those things that I talked to the board president about, maybe assigning a board member to start following the conversation. The superintendents are following the conversation with their professional organization, but we as ACPS Board of Education are not following that conversation yet, and it's going to be a doozy.
You have 3 minutes.
I can do it. As a school board member, parents with present concerns about their child's school, the teacher, the principal, the curriculum, what is the process, your response for dealing with this?
I always direct parents back to their school. It has the conversation, parents' concerns about things that are happening in their individual, with their student or with their school, needs to start at the school. You start with your teacher, and then if you don't get the result you want, you take it to your principal. And if that were to come to me, it goes right back to back to that protocol. The principals and teachers need to be on the front lines with those communications.
I want to thank you for serving for the last 9 months. Thank you.
You're going to make me cry.
It's my turn. I'm Bill Jones, and I want to thank you for throwing your hat in the ring for a reappointment. I have had plenty of opportunities to watch you conduct business with and for the Board of Education over the past 9 months. My observations, coupled with your responses to the questions you've been asked so far tonight, satisfy me. I don't feel any need to question you any further.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be the last one. Thank you for coming. My name is Chike Anyanwu, and I represent CAM guest who could not be here tonight. My first question is a follow-up about the Common Core. What is the greatest advantage to you for one the Common Core system?
Well, I think we really, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but we really should be talking about the college and career readiness standards that the state of Maryland has adopted, because those are the standards that we use in our school system in the state of Maryland. I believe that those standards are getting at some very important critical thinking skills in our children. I've had the opportunity, and believe me, I've had my frustrations as a parent helping with homework, but I've also had the opportunity to see my children. I am hands down 100% certain that my 6th grader has a deeper understanding of math concepts than I do. I know it. I know it, and it's college and career readiness standards. I think it's the way we have to go, because the world is changing. Every year there's changes. We're preparing students today that we don't even know what career opportunities are going to be available. And if we can teach students to do independent research, to critically think, they have a better chance of success than just learning rote formulas and algorithms on a piece of paper. To watch my 3rd grader analyze 2 informational texts and draw conclusions from articles he's written that are probably written on an 8th grade level is absolutely fantastic. I don't see how we can't embrace it wholeheartedly.
I am a parent of 3 homeschool kids. And I also love public school because I was a product of public school. But the problem most homeschoolers have with public school is they're not given the opportunity to exercise their religious rights, such as if they want to do assignment based on the Bible or whatever, and they're not given such opportunities to do so. What would you do to improve that? Because so that, you're talking about critically thinking, so that the kids can critically think or do assignment, with whatever they want to draw the assignment from. So what would you do to change that?
Well, and again, not to be disrespectful, but I don't know that that's accurate. I don't know if a student doing a research project couldn't use a religious text as part of their project. I don't know that to be a policy that we have, but
some teachers are definitely, I've read on even the Capital Gazette, some issues about that. And because that's most importantly the reason why we decided to homeschool. But if that's not the case, if you're not aware of that, if you happen to have such issues, how would you address it? At some point, if it comes to you, that a student wanted to do some assignment based on the Bible, some teacher has a big issue with that.
well,
Would you address it?
I guess it would, again, like student issues we talked about earlier, they would go through a process starting at the school level. And if there was if there was policy being broken, we'd have to look at that. And it probably would get to the superintendent before it would get to me. But again, without really understanding if we have a policy about that, I'm not sure. Because I can tell you, I don't like to, I like to follow policy. We make policy at the board, and I believe wholeheartedly in policy and making sure that it's delivered across our school system with fidelity. So if we have a policy like that, I'd have to look at its legality before I could go any farther with the conversation. Does that help?
Finally, do I have one more?
You have 2 minutes left on that one.
Okay. This one's going to be really quick. From what I've read, and it seems like we lack minority representation on the school board. How do we address that? Because students also want to see people that look like them. Not to be racial, but I think we do need a minority representation on the school board. How do you think we should address that?
Well, I think that's a question for your commission, actually. I don't see how I could disagree with you in any way. Diversity in all its forms is fantastic. But as an applicant, I don't really have any power in the situation of who is nominated to the school board.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, I guess it's my turn. Although I time myself like everyone else, of course. All right. I ask a pretty standard question also of candidates, but you have the power of incumbency, but also the occupational hazard of incumbency, I think. Because I'm going to ask it based on an example. I did some research related to challenge pay.
Mm-hmm.
And just by searching somewhat academic literature, I came across something from Stanford University Professor Loeb, quote, "Teachers have preferences and these preferences create disparities. Teachers appear on average to prefer high-performing schools with few children in poverty. In order to attract teachers to other schools, policies need to create incentives that balance off these preferences. A targeted wage increase is one such incentive." That was from Stanford, and then here's another one from the U.S. Department of Education. Pay effective teachers more in high-need schools is the paragraph title. School districts need to get more sophisticated about identifying the most effective teachers and pay them more to teach in schools with shortages. Those are just a couple things I found researching for about an hour. But the Board of Education voted unanimously to cut challenge pay on October 21st. So, is that not correct? And the adoption of the negotiated agreement with TAC, the Board of Education?
I see. I was just confused in how you were phrasing it.
Right, it was unanimous
Yep.
support. So my question, like I said, it's the same for everyone, but around that issue, what I'm finding when I do research is quite different in terms of closing the achievement gap that some other people have asked for than what the Board of Education decided to do. So what I want to know is, how do you do research on issues?
How do I, well, I have research in my notebook here. I could probably find articles. You can find a study, you can find an article that will back up anything you want to say, correct? So you have to look at a breadth of information. And I've done the exact same thing as you did as we were struggling with this issue. But that's a collective bargaining issue. So that issue was mutually agreed upon by the teachers union and the school board. So it's different than the 9 of us getting together and voting to say we're going to pass the grading policy. It was mutually agreed upon and we actually went through some pretty lengthy processes. So, but if you want me to address, I don't know if you want me to address challenge pay or you want me to address how I do research.
More the research, because
Oh,
this
okay.
is water under the bridge, right? So, but going forward, how do you go about finding out about issues? How do you
Well, I think
learn
it's
about
important to look at issues from all sides. And I think it's one of the things that I actually do quite well. People have, someone actually mentioned to me just a month or so ago that they really appreciated my analytical style. Because you can be swayed by every public testimony, by every article you read, and you can also then have to look at hard decisions within a budget and understand the full comprehension of an issue. So it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of conversations. You have to be talking with all parties involved. And I think I have proven that with some hard things that we've had to go through this year, that I do my homework.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Off the hook. And of course, you're welcome to stay in the room. It's not a secrecy thing, but now you get to see people answer the same questions without having to try to play off them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is, someone have an agenda hand up. Mr. Frome.
Can I just raise a point of information, which is that the Maryland Attorney General has said that incumbents don't have to actually come before the board to be nominated. So unlike the other 9 candidates, Allison's is both voluntary in terms of her participation and in terms of your needing to vote, which means that the nature of the voting is quite different for this one versus the other, because the other ones count, and this is purely informational, which also has certain strategic implications. But the public should know that, because it's not actually posted on your website in any way that the public can find that rule. It hasn't been announced this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Frome, the seat is all yours. Just to review what we'll do, you'll have 5 minutes to introduce yourself, please. And at 4:30, I'll kind of make a gesture if you get to that, and then I'll start making noise at 5. And then we'll go down the row and ask questions. Before you start, you want to reverse the order here? Want to go back and forth? Like a wave? All right, so we'll reverse the order this time. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
I'm thrilled to be here, and thank you for inviting me and taking time to dialogue with me about the school board. I'm here as very plain and simply, this is a community service initiative for me. I have 2 daughters that went through primary education in Anne Arundel County. I thought it was a terrific educational experience and opportunity for them. I'm indebted to the county and to the school, and I have a debt of gratitude, and I would be honored to repay that debt through community service, through service to the school board. So what do I have to offer? Primary education in Baltimore, a bachelor's degree at the Naval Academy, master's degree at GW, and a PhD at the University of Maryland. About 12 years in the Department of Transportation, senior executive service when I left. 8 years as a director in the United Nations organization in Canada. And the last 20 years, I've been a consultant, assisting my public and private clients solve problems and make improvements. My focus, were I to be fortunate to be selected for the school board, would be on educational excellence. Educational excellence. And I indicated 3 priorities on my application. One, of course, is school safety. It is probably one of the really significant challenges that society has. It's unfortunate. We have to spend more and more time on it. We cannot make a mistake about school safety. 2, improving proficiency test scores, and 3, improving graduation rates. But again, my focus would be on educational excellence. And I think that's all you need to hear from me. That's the essence of what I want you to know about my initiative to volunteer for this board.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. I guess I'm starting.
Sure.
Thank you. My name is Chike Anyama. I live in Odenton, District 21, and I'm representing Cam Guest, who could not be here. I read your resume. It's very impressive. My question is for you is, can you expand more on educational excellence? How do we achieve that? I know I read that on your resume as well, but can you tell us how we can achieve educational excellence?
That's a great question. And I can't give you the blueprint that will allow you to do it right now. But it requires rigor, it requires commitment, and possibly rethinking the focus on programs that we have, such as No Child Left Behind, Common Core, because there is the risk with programs like those that while they're important and essential, focusing exclusively, and don't leave out that word exclusive, focusing exclusively on Common Core, No Child Left Behind, introduces the risk that you're dumbing down the entire educational process. When you do that, sooner or later, the better performing students are going to migrate out of the school system to some other educational opportunity at tremendous cost to everybody. And I'm not sure I'm hitting the nail on the head for you, but educational excellence is not easy. It's not done overnight, but it requires full-time focus on every issue and every decision, starting from wherever you want to introduce educational excellence. Average doesn't work. Focusing on the bottom doesn't work. Rigor works. We're going to be the best school system anywhere. And that's my priority, education-wise.
My next question will be, I'm a parent of homeschoolers. Two of my kids are homeschooled. By homeschooling, it is helping the government, public school, it's not congested, less classroom. Would you be opposed to the kids, homeschool kids, going to public schools to participate in sports, activities, and such? Because since the parents are also taxpayers, would you be opposed to having such, so that homeschool kids can also go to public schools and just take sports or music or something?
Okay, so the assumption is that we have a homeschool program, and so that's a given.
Yes.
And then your question about allowing homeschoolers to participate in extracurricular school activities, I would be absolutely committed to that. It's to the advantage of the boys and girls that are participating already, and certainly to the advantage of the homeschool children.
Okay, my next question, do I still have time?
You have time left on that. You're at 135.
My next
on that.
question is, recently, as I was driving, and I saw, some students and their teachers, putting pressure on the government for pay raises. And as I did some research, it seemed like there wasn't the gap between, the county teachers' pay versus other surrounding areas. Wasn't that too much? So what can we do are you going to advocate for more pay for the teachers, or keep it as it is right now?
Two thoughts. One, I think that were I fortunate, no, that the primary responsibility of every school board member is to ensure that the investment that's available produces the best level of education possible. And that means that if we take from one source the measure of performance is not whether the pay level is the same with other counties or with other states. The measure of performance is what is the impact of that decision on the performance of the students and the level of educational excellence that's provided in the schools. Do I have about 30 seconds more on that question? I
Yes.
went to high school in Baltimore City, to a school that, from the outside, didn't provide an indication that there was great wealth. And I went to a school called Baltimore Polytechnic Institute. It's on 20th Street in Baltimore.
I know where it is.
School, there was no campus, it was all concrete. Traffic, noise, there was nothing terribly architecturally remarkable about the building. The classrooms, the furniture was old. There were no elevators, no air conditioning. But you knew that when you walked into that facility, that everybody there was focused on performance. Not how much the teachers were being paid, the hours of the school. It was on performance. So if you're going to increase the salaries of the teachers, what you're going to measure, the input is this much for salaries. We're taking it from something else. The measure is what is that doing for the performance of the student body.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jennings. Mr. Fromm, thank you for stepping forward and wanting to serve our public school system. I'd like to hear your thoughts on evaluating teachers by student test scores.
I suspect that the correct evaluation methodology is multidimensional, but it has got to include student test scores. There are other independent variables, but student test scores must be included. And if you take them out, you've done a great disservice to the community, to the schools, to the students, and to the teachers as well. If I'm a teacher working for you, I'm not a teacher. I guess in one sense we're all teachers, but I'm not professionally a teacher. If I'm a teacher working for you and you tell me that performance scores are not included in my evaluation criteria, what a horrible message that is, because I'm going to drop it. Unless my altruism is so intense that I disregard how you're going to evaluate me. And I'll focus on whatever it is you tell me to do. And I would be very much opposed to removing that as an evaluation criteria. And yes, there are other criteria, but test scores must be included.
Would you, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this question. Would you agree or disagree that there are other ways to measure student growth besides test scores? If you want student test scores because they are a measure of student growth.
Growth, you mean performance?
Right.
Definitely there would be other methods, but it would be, I'm not a teacher, but I'm from the science world, and engineering, and math, and physics. So for me, to remove the quantitative measure, it subjects whatever you're talking about to ambiguity and subjectivity. And I think that at the end of the day, if you want to provide the best, the most benefit to the students, to the schools, to the community, you want to include performance measures, objective performance measures, and yes, others as well.
All right, thank you. I will not need the rest of my 5 minutes.
First of all, thank you for your willingness to want to serve. How do you build consensus and give an example on how you were able to do this?
You have to be sincere, honest. You have to be candid. You have to invest yourself, your time. You have to listen. And I think you can build consensus without this next quality, but it's so much more difficult without it. And you have to be correct. Whatever it is, whatever you're proposing, a new program, problem solution, if you want to build consensus around this solution, it has to work. It has to be correct. Takes time. It's not done overnight. You cannot, you can't be insincere.
Can you give me an example?
Oh, yes, you did.
And how you were able to do this?
Okay. I was asked by the administrator of one of the organizations that I work for to establish a new program that would have oversight on everybody else in this organization. It's a large organization, 50,000 people. And on day one, it was one person versus 50,000. Those were my odds. And it took about 4 years, 3 or 4 years. But all of those qualities, if I can use them, sincerity, honesty, time, correctness, willing to listen, that organization that I established, wow, that was maybe 25 years ago, still exists. And it still does almost the same functions that that it did when I put it together. It is not an overnight phenomenon. You don't change your clothes, wear different colored ties, and and contribute to consensus. It takes time. And if you're not sincere, you're not going to be able to do it. People know.
That's, we got a whole other question.
One question, thank you.
At 5 minutes.
Okay. As a school board member, parents with present concerns about the child's school, teacher, principal, curriculum, what is the process of your response for dealing with this?
I hope I'm not speaking out of turn or speaking incorrectly. But the school, the school system, I'm sure, considers it an opportunity to have feedback from the parents. I hope that that's not incorrect. And I'm hopeful that there's no initiative to ignore or reduce the inputs that the school system gets from parents of the students.
Let me clarify this. As a school board member, they do present concerns to you. And what I'm asking is, what is the process of your response for dealing with this?
Okay, and it's probably, you're looking for a technical, you get 3 days to read the paper, to read the letter or something like that. I would honestly encourage the board to have a healthy input mechanism from parents. And think about that. That's a real opportunity. If there isn't one now, the board might be able to create some kind of a dialogue mechanism in each school with parents and expand the reach of the board, the potential of the board, the way the board fact finds. I hope that already exists, and I hope it's organized enough so that the parents are not discouraged from attempting to communicate with the board. I don't know the process of parents communicating with the board. I hope that it's vibrant, and if it's not, the board should consider how to expand its communication with the parents. What a resource.
Thank you very much.
I end up going last, so let's get you.
Hi, I'm Emily Brandenburg, and I actually am a former Board of Education member. District 33 was my seat in a former life. One of the things that I always like to ask, and I think is very, very important and actually very critical, is understanding the role of a board member and the superintendent and how they interact and what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. So I was hoping you could sort of expound on your feelings, your positions, your thoughts on the role of a superintendent and the role of a board member.
Never having been a board member, I would be the last person to expound exhaustively on what a school board member does. But I hope that in this county, the number one objective of this school board member, the number one responsibility of that school board member is to make sure that the investment that the county makes in schools serves to provide the very best education possible. That's got to be number one. Equitable educational opportunity for all students. It's got to be another objective process for the board. This gets back to your question about should homeschool students be allowed to participate in extracurricular activities. I think that equity issue would support the answer I gave you. I'm willing to bet that every member of the school board has a strong quality of patience. Without it, it's not going to work. Hopefully, the board members are able to get along. This gets back to your question about how do you build a consensus. It's a lot easier to build a consensus when the group that you're working with are talented interpersonally. They can get along together. And the superintendent's role, I hope, would be the same as the role of the CEO in any organization.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just have the one question.
Okay.
All right. My name is Joanne Maynard.
How do you do?
Hi. I am interested in, among other things for our students, but gifted and talented students. Sometimes those programs are not emphasized as much as they should be, or even have them in certain school systems. And I know that with your overall theme here, educational excellence for all kids and students, but have you any notions about a special program for gifted and talented kids? There are children in school that would benefit enormously from that. Those kids often get along very, very well with and pass the tests and so forth and get through school, but they're not challenged enough up to their true ability, and I think that's unfortunate. We need that in our schools. Have you any thoughts on that?
Indeed. Suppose that we were all, this is a class size. Suppose we're all in a class. Same grade, same class. And we know that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us are have the qualities that you're talking about, gifted and talented. That resource, those talents, if they're used properly, if they're cultivated properly, if they're recognized, if they're challenged, that could serve all of us. I'm not going to let Joanne get too far ahead of me, even though she's gifted and talented. She always gets 98s. I struggle to get 82s, but I know if I can work a little harder, maybe I can get closer to Joanne's 98 each time. And so we don't want to reduce the opportunities that the gifted and talented people have, because the more that they develop their performance level, the more I should aspire to improve my own performance level. I don't want to turn off her light. I want it to shine to everyone's advantage. And absolutely, we should do as much as we can for educational excellence. And that certainly does not mean turning down the opportunities of the best qualified, so that we could all kind of perform at the same level.
Thank you. With that, a second question I might have is that discipline is quite an issue in some of the schools. And have you any thoughts on that? How we can help teachers in that, with the parents, encourage them? What thoughts have you on it? It's a problem in many schools.
The high school that I attended in Baltimore had so many wonderful qualities educationally. One of the qualities was discipline. And if you misbehaved, you paid for it. And I don't remember what the penalties were. I remember that the chairs that we had were, the desks were here and the seats were built into the desk behind you. And if you let the seat drop and make a disturbing noise somehow during class, then you raised and lowered that seat 50 times. I mean, it was, discipline was expected because the administrators of the school treated all of the 2,800 students of that school like they were adults, like they were mature. They weren't children. They weren't goofy. They were there to learn, not to act out their frustrations or whatever. So you can't go overboard with discipline, and you have to be realistic about what kind of a society we have. But I think if you eliminate the emphasis on discipline, if you eliminate or reduce the support that you give to the teachers to maintain discipline in the school, it's to everyone's disadvantage. It's the disadvantage of the teachers. It's certainly to the disadvantage of the students.
Thank you.
Mr. Fromm, I'm Kemp Hammond. I'm the representative for District 30. And I had a question. How can the board, if you have any thoughts as to answered this question. How can the board more effectively and more efficiently reallocate its spending to achieve academic excellence?
Really good question.
All right, thanks. Next.
No. I would like to spend just a moment with that one because that's
It's a good question. Yeah, it is.
So a mathematician would say that school performance is the dependent variable. Bear with me. There's a method to my madness. I have a big chalkboard up here. Educational excellence equals a function of several independent variables. What are they? What are the independent variables of school excellence? I don't know. I'm not a professional educator. But until you have the answer to that question, you're at a disadvantage. But think about it. As soon as you can fill in that mathematical equation, Ken, what an advantage you have. I don't know that anyone's ever done that. Have they done it in Anne Arundel County? I really doubt it. I'd like to start with that. And yes, school performance is part of that. Performance scores are part of that. Graduation, rates of graduation, part of that. I suspect other things like participation in extracurricular activities. I don't know. But I think that that's where you go to build a program of educational excellence. And it's difficult to do it. I think it would be difficult to do at a school level. If you were the principal of a high school, I think you would be challenged to try to define that mathematical relationship. But if you have a group as large as the public school student body in Anne Arundel County, I think you can do it. And that's where you want to start.
That was my only question. Thank you.
Hi, I'm
Hi.
Susanna Kiki. I'm curious to know, there's obviously kind of divided research on this, but there's emerging research that academic preschool helps kids up to about third grade, it gives them an advantage, and then past third grade, they're at a disadvantage to their peers who didn't attend an academic preschool. So I'm curious to know what your thoughts are on mandating preschool. I think that's probably coming eventually, so I'm just curious to know what your thoughts are on it.
Honestly, I would be very surprised if you could objectively prove to me that exposure to an educational opportunity at any age is going to disadvantage me in a number of years. Does that really make sense?
Yeah, it's when your brain is ready for certain academic pursuits. There's research that kids' brains aren't developed to the point that.
No,
But
that's
all.
not what I said.
Okay.
Here, I walk into the room at age X, and you offer me educational opportunities. And maybe I can understand, profit from these. That makes sense to me. But how could that disserve me in 3 years? Does that really make sense? If I tell you at the age of, 3 years, that if you take 5 pennies equals a nickel, how could that disserve somebody 3 years from now? Doesn't make sense. Now, I think I know where you're going with the question, and I don't think that you want to go overboard with preschool and somehow remove my incentive to learn. And so that's kind of that's a challenge. I would probably want to think a long time about mandating that for every kid. But for the parents whose children seem to be intrigued by that, interested by that, go for it. How could that disserve them? That doesn't make sense to me. Now, but then there's another part of the way I would answer that. Suppose I wasn't keen on sitting through a preschool, then how does the school system get to that child? How do you provide that child the kind of academic opportunity that some other child at the same age is profiting from? You should be able to do that. So maybe the preschool program isn't broad enough. I don't know. But wouldn't you think that it could be broadened in the way it's presented to a diverse group of youngsters? But until you have that, then this is a long way to answer your question, and I apologize. Until you have that answer, then I would not be in favor of mandating that program to everybody.
No.
Good evening, Mr. Fromm. I'm Pam Bukowski, representing PGA. What kind of time commitment do you anticipate you would be making as a member of the school board?
Tons. This is, I meant it in my introductory remarks that I am very grateful to the educational opportunities that my daughters received. And I'm not going to say that I'm willing to serve the school board. I'm going to say that I would be honored to pay that debt back with service to the board. And you don't want to know how many hours a day, but this is not a trivial investment of one's time. I'm sincere about educational excellence, and you don't get that by putting in a few days a month. You have to pursue it at great lengths.
Thank you. And then how will you engage parents and students at the school level and at the county level?
That's another very good question. To be most effective, to have the consensus opportunity for the board to work successfully together to attain consensus and approach. All the board members have to have insight into what's going on with the parents and what's going on with the students. I think it would be best if there was some unanimity, I hate to use the word standard, but I can't think of a better, a common approach amongst all the school board members to do that. That's worth thinking about in great detail. Because if you don't have, as a board member, if you don't have the right access to the students, to the teachers, and the administrators, how can you make the right decisions on anything? And I think that access will get back to what Kent was talking about. How do you measure excellence? You want to be able to do that. What contributes to excellence? And part of the process of defining those, it's what crazy scientists would call independent variables. You have to have contact and communication with the students, the teachers, and the administrators.
Thank you.
Diane Dixon Proctor from the Anne Arundel Community College. As you look at your wanting to be on the board as an honor, you get on the board and there are many, many days and hours that need to be spent as you are visiting all of the schools and taking care of the business of setting policy, looking at the school superintendent's goals and what everyone is hoping to do for the schools in Anne Arundel County and for the students. And you noticed that in looking at some of the test scores, schools with a large amount of concentrated poverty, the test scores seem to be much lower. And with the influx of people moving into the county, parents want their kids to go to schools with the highest test scores, even though they might be needing to go to a school where there's more concentrated poverty and lower test scores. As a member of the board, how would you support the notion of ensuring that in order to lessen the achievement gap and in order to make sure that all students are created equally, how would you look at the schools and making sure that you could break up some of that concentrated poverty and students would be sent to other schools that may not necessarily be in their district?
If we had a couple of hours.
We don't have a couple hours.
I know. No.
Exactly 3 minutes.
I think that that issue is probably one of the 4 or 5 strategic challenges that we face as a country. And it's going to be more of a challenge next year than it was this year. It's more of a challenge this year than it was last year. This is something that we have to do this correctly. We have to get this right. I would hope, Diane, that we cannot equate performance by your rank in the financial system, or by the color of your skin, or by the native language that you learned as a child, by your country of origin. I would hope that we're all born with the same potential, certainly with the same opportunities. And I'm not about to solve this huge issue that you've raised tonight, but it has to be addressed in the schools, it has to be addressed in this country, it has to be addressed in this world. And I don't know if our progress is rapid. It's easy to be discouraged by what we read in the paper, that maybe we're not making good progress in this. Sometimes it's easy to be convinced that we're going backwards. But I think that if we put the emphasis on excellence and performance, with opportunities for children who maybe didn't go to preschool or didn't have the same opportunities when they were younger, if we can find the opportunity that we need to provide, the backstop that we need to provide now, and focus on the excellence of the entire student body, maybe in time we can erase the differences which, honest to goodness, are superficial at the end of the day.
Okay, that's all I have.
But that probably is as great a challenge as anything that this country faces today.
Mr. Fromm, I'm David McClatchy. Thank you for coming. What role do you see the business community should play or not play in the education of our youth in this county?
The comments are amazing. Robin Pierce.
If the business community's smart, and it is, if the school system is wise, intelligent, thoughtful, and it is, then that role should be enormous. Go back to the issue that Diane just raised. I'm a child of a certain ethnic group, and maybe reading the paper, listening to the dialogue on the street, I'm convinced that nobody really expects much from me. But then, through an arrangement that the school system has with the business community, there are opportunities for dialogue. And I don't know how this would work, but let's simplify the discussion. Let's say lectures or question groups, and in walks somebody who is, and it's fourth period, and I'm in one of these sessions, whatever it is. And in walks someone to lead the session who's eminently successful in the business community, and he looks like me. He comes from where I came from. And the language that he spoke as a child was the same language that I spoke. And he addresses the group, and it takes 30 seconds for everybody to know that this guy or this lady has got it together. Well, what does that do for my self-esteem? That could be enormously helpful, couldn't it? If I wasn't aware that there are lots of success stories. And sure, the business community can help by, maybe there are special equipment that the school needs and can't afford. Maybe there are donations or whatever. But the opportunity to showcase, offer as examples successful leaders in the business community that are the same, that look the same as a lot of the students that don't get the signal every day that they ought to think successfully of themselves. I think that's a wonderful opportunity.
Thank you very much.
I hope it's done here. I hope that happens a lot. You're last.
I am. I caught I'm a math guy too, kind of. The function notation, the independent variables, that is done. I happened to have brought an economics of education textbook with me. There are regression analyses done like this. So my question is, where would you go, where would you do your research on issues? What would you use for resources?
One of the differences between the educational process that supported me when I was in undergraduate school and graduate school, and the educational process that we have today, is that everybody has one. Everything is available on the web. And I didn't know about that, but I want to read it. I'm sure there's a wealth of information. If that indeed addresses the issue that we've talked about, and I think I would call the dependent variable school performance. I'd want to read it. I'd want to make sure that if that is straightforward, easy to understand, genuine, then I would want school administrators to see it. I'd certainly want the other board members to know about it. I doubt, can't say that. I'd be surprised if they were all mathematicians, scientists. But you can't answer the question that Kent raised until you have that.
Well, you mentioned genuine. You're a math guy. Actually, probably everyone knows that there are two kinds of lies. You know what the two kinds of lies are, right? Outright lies and statistics.
Statistics.
So where will you go to seek these things out if you're appointed to the Board of Education? Like, what kind of sources would you use to find these? Because these things are, like you said, you and I could find them right now. But what kind of searches would you do, or what resources would you use?
You, as a mathematician, you read that book, and you got a PhD in math, a master's degree in math.
I wish.
You can tell right now whether these are objective discussions or subjective discussions. How large are the assumptions? The assumptions are where you put the answer in to an equation. Does it make sense to you? Does it give you confidence as an objective thinker that they're on the right direction? What does the industry say? What does the educational industry say about that? Certainly that's not the only text that addresses it. What are the arguments? And as an objective thinker, you have an advantage in listening to the dialogue, because what's subjective and what is objective is probably clearer to you than it would be to somebody who has not had the rigor of a mathematical process. This is important. What contributes to educational excellence? And until you can answer that question in a way that builds consensus in the board, you're going to be really disadvantaged to move forward. But if you can get the board, if you can bring the board to a consensus on that issue, wow, what an advantage that is. You know where to put your focus, and you can see what taking resources away from X1 or X4 to increase the salaries of the teachers, what that does to the school performance. Now, that's not how you're going, that's not the be-all and the end-all. But that is so important to the decisions the board makes. And if you have that, and if you have it, if there's a consensus on what it is, you're so much stronger as a board. And potentially, you go forward with so much more competence in moving towards educational excellence.
Okay. Mr. Fern, thank you.
Society today, and 30 more seconds, and I apologize if I've gone over, but society today, and I'll bet we can all agree with this, has gotten too much into arm waving and showcasing, and the more we can get down factually, objectively, this is not an easy challenge, but it's easier to be successful if you can keep the dialogue on reality and objectivity.
Well, Dr. Fromm, thank you very, very much for applying and for your service to our country, by the way.
I'm sorry I didn't
Are there
get a
any other
chance
questions
to-
before I
to,
close, actually?
to personally meet all of you. What an interesting group you have. Good luck with your endeavor, and I thank you guys for the time you're putting into this. Holy cow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Would there be any objection to a 5-minute stretch your legs kind of break?
Yeah, they're in here. Here's Jill. I'm always here.
Can you get our next person, who is Jill? Okay, at this time, the commission will come back to order. We'll resume the interviews.
Which I guess is still the parents.
Jill
Whitley?
Whitley. Do you have a cot?
And my dog probably has too, and if I don't get home and take care of it, I'll have to. Enjoyed it though, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Where'd the crowd go?
Jill, just a reminder, what'll happen is you have a 5-minute intro at about 4:30. If you're still going, I'll kind of make a gesture, and at 5, I'll start grumbling.
Got it.
And then we'll go down the row, and each commissioner will introduce his or herself and ask questions after that. Well, this time we'll go in this order, right? Just we'll bring the wave back. All right, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. I know you are all volunteers and you stay very late, later than some think you deserve to. So I wanted to thank you for your service and your dedication to Anne Arundel County Public Schools, first and foremost. My name is Jill Whitley. I am a product of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I attended Benfield Elementary until the 5th grade. It's a wonderful school. When my family moved to Long Island, New York for 2 years, and then we moved back to Severna Park for 7th grade, and I attended Severna Park Middle School, and I graduated from Severna Park High School. I was heavily involved with student government, and I was a student athlete. After high school, I attended Miami University in Oxford, Ohio, where I majored in mass communications with a minor in political science. Upon getting accepted to law school, I returned back to the Baltimore area. That is where my interest in Anne Arundel County schools was piqued. While I was my first year of law school, I was a substitute teacher in the county, and I did that for about a year. I primarily taught middle school and high school levels and was offered a long-term sub position at Old Mill High School, teaching government and U.S. history. After I graduated from law school, I began working at my current company, Robert Half. I continued to live in Baltimore City until about a year and a half ago when my family moved to Severna Park. One of many reasons was for my children to attend Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Both my mother and my husband are high school teachers in the county. My son began kindergarten at Folger McKenzie Elementary School this fall, and I have a 2-week-old son at home who's going to be attending school in the future. So suffice it to say, I have about 18 years of vested interest in this county and more. One of the strengths I can bring the board is the perspective I have gained in my career. I've worked for a publicly traded staffing company for the past 10 years in various roles. I specialize in placing candidates in both temporary and full-time jobs throughout the Baltimore and DC metro markets, so I review dozens of resumes a day. I also work extensively with businesses in the area, and I have an understanding of hiring trends and what types of applicants those businesses are looking for. I have a deep understanding of what our graduates should look like. I want to be able to know that when I see an Anne Arundel County school on a resume, I have confidence that I'm dealing with a qualified applicant. My experience in the schools, as well as my job as a recruiter, has helped me create goals I would like to accomplish should I become a board member. First being, to eliminate the opportunity gap by readying all students for a 21st century world. We want to make sure that all students in this county have the opportunities to succeed. Anne Arundel County needs to make sure that all students have access to the best resources, the best teachers, and access to rigorous classes to ensure they have the opportunity to succeed, no matter where they're from or what school they attend. My second goal would be that all students will attend a school where they feel safe, respected, challenged, and inspired. I had a positive experience in Anne Arundel County schools, and I want to make sure that all students have that same opportunity. We have wonderful diversity in this county. We need to make sure we celebrate it and make sure that everyone feels comfortable and welcome in our schools. We have some of the best schools in the state, but we also have some schools with unique challenges that need to be overcome. We want teachers that feel respected and valued, and we want to set the bar high and have all schools reach for it. And lastly, I would want to create seamless partnerships between communities, families, businesses, and the schools. Anne Arundel County schools and the community cannot exist separately. In order to succeed, we must build strong partnerships with families and our community. Growing up, my family and I had a phenomenal public school experience. As a parent, I see strong community partnership in my son's school. Folger McKinsey recently had their Valentine's Day party a few weeks ago. Over 150 parents signed up. The line was out the door to get a visitor badge. But not everyone has the opportunity to have that same experience. I have the luxury of being able to take off work to go to these types of events when others cannot. The school system needs to reach out and figure out a way to ensure that all parents have that same access and feel welcome in their children's school. We can also build on our business partnerships and get their perspective on the skills and qualifications that they're looking for in our graduates. The schools, communities, and businesses must work in unison. These are some of the reasons why I'd like the opportunity to be appointed to the board. And again, I thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering your questions.
4:47, very efficient.
I practiced a little bit.
Jill, welcome and congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
You're quite welcome. I'm David McClatchy. I represent the City of Annapolis and the Anne Arundel County Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, my ears picked up in your thoughts on how the business community should could collaborate with the Board of Education. And I'd like to understand how you think that should happen.
Yeah, so, I see a lot from my perspective as a recruiter, and I deal with businesses and decision makers all the time. And I'll be the first to admit, if I get a resume coming across my desk with someone from Anne Arundel County, I call them first because it's something to talk about. I know many schools create relationships with businesses from their signature programs and their business advisory boards, and I think we really need to build on that. Some people don't even know that each school has a signature program or what it is, and I really think there's a good opportunity to build on that and have more of a presence with business committees, inside of our schools. And reaching out to the community and the parents are probably the only way that we can do that.
Thank you.
Sure.
No further questions.
One of the things you mentioned is that the Anne Arundel County public school systems have unique aspects in its wonderful diversity. However, that diversity is not necessarily spread throughout the county. It's in pockets and areas. As you look at your role as a board member, how do you see yourself influencing the board, the superintendent of schools, a move to get some of the diversity from pockets and move it throughout the county? Not just in the teachers and other employees and students within the Anne Arundel County School Board. Oh, by the way, I'm Diane Dixon Proctor from the Community College.
Gotcha. So by diversity, there are, obviously my job first and foremost, if I were on the board, would be to represent all students, not just diverse students and not just the pocket of, Area 33. It would be to represent the entire Anne Arundel County population. If you're asking the question about redistricting, I don't know.
Whatever your thoughts might be on redistricting. Ooh, getting late now. Redistricting, and also looking at how you feel the county diversity can be strengthened to help make sure that all students have equal opportunities to succeed.
If you notice in my application, I use the word opportunity gap quite a bit. And I chose that as opposed to achievement gap for a reason. There is an issue with achievement, but that's just a symptom of the problem. And so by opportunity, I mean the differences amongst our students regarding their exposure and experiences in the county. So you have some schools who kids and parents don't bat an eye spending 30, 40 bucks to go on a field trip. And then you have other schools in the same county who a child might feel awkward asking their parents for $10 for bus trip to go to a museum or something of that nature, because that would put an undue burden on their family. So that's what I mean by opportunity gap. We need to create opportunities and experiences for all students in the county, no matter where they are or what school they're attending.
No more questions.
Good evening, Ms. Whitley.
Hi.
I'm Pam Bukowski, representing PTA. Thank you for your willingness to serve. What kind of time commitment do you think that you would need to be cognizant of were you a member of the board?
No, I understand it's a big time commitment, and I understand that, some of your meetings are at night, well into the wee hours of the morning, and then you also have daytime meetings, and I have a flexible work schedule that would allow for that. So, no, I understand it'd be a lot of work, but I would expect it's very rewarding as well.
Okay. And how can you represent the diversity of the Anne Arundel County community?
So I think that by living here, attending school here, but also I've spent 10 years in Baltimore City, and I've actually, they have a pre-K program, which I'm sure one of you are going to ask about that. My son attended that when we lived in Baltimore City, so I have, another school district's and living areas experience as well. Like I mentioned before in my intro, my husband is at a challenge school. He's at North County High School. My mother teaches at Smyrna Park High School. So there's diversity in right there in my family. And I hear about the diversity in those schools every day. Obviously, my experience at Smyrna Park High School is not the same experience that other students in the county are getting. So I think being aware of the problems and the opportunities that are present in this county, makes me, be a voice for all students, and I'm able to talk to parents, and I'm talk to community leaders and business owners, and get involved that way.
And then finally, in your application, you do talk extensively about engagement of parents, and you state that principals and schools need to do a better job at this. And I'd like to know how you, as a board member, will be engaging parents and students at both the school level and the county level.
Yep. So, as a board member, it's not the board member's job to micromanage and implement these programs. It's to hold the principals accountable for attaining goals and fulfilling Anne Arundel County Schools, goals and their business plan. So, there are ideas of programs that have worked around the country, other counties in the state that have implemented programs that could work. So my job as a board member would not to be to create these programs. I'm an attorney, I'm not an educator by trade, but our job as a board member would be to hold principals accountable and hire the right people in the right schools who are going to make an impact on implementing those types of programs to get parent involvement.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susanna Kipke. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
I have a question about charter schools. They're, of course, been very successful in this county and around the country, and I'm curious to know if you would support efforts to increase the number of charter schools that we have in Anne Arundel County.
There are a lot of good charter schools out there. My husband and I have two good friends who are principals of KIPP schools who have done a phenomenal job. One's in Philadelphia and the other one's in Baltimore, KIPP Umajima Academy. If they're operated properly and vetted, they can do great things, but I don't know if that's the answer to our opportunity achievement gap in the county. I would be all for expanding it if it's done the right way and vetted properly with the proper leadership and done the correct way.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm Kemp Hammond. I am the District 30 representative, and I won't hold it against you that you're an attorney.
I don't practice.
I'm an attorney as well, so that's fine.
There we go.
I'm curious, I'm also a product of the county schools, and I just thought about this just in the last few seconds, but from your attendance at the county schools when you went, to the time that you substitute taught,
Yeah.
to the time that you started doing long-term teaching at Old Mill, and now with your husband being in the county schools, what have been sort of the top problems or issues that you have seen lately as compared to when you attended the schools? Or you can, talk about what improvements you've seen.
Yeah. Well, just drive on Robinson Road and you can see the improvement of the Severna Park High School. No, so overall, and Folger McKenzie also, like I'm fortunate enough that my kid's gonna be going to like 2 brand new schools, basically. But I think the amount of money spent on the infrastructure of the county has really developed since I graduated in 1998. So I think that's a very good positive thing. There are some other positive things that, are happening in the county. There's, 126 schools and 80,000 kids in this county. They are, making a new high school in Crofton. There's a lot of good things going on. I think that the scholarship level has gone up. Some of the programs that have been implemented since I've been in school, like the AVID program, IB was sort of formed when I was there. It was kind of in the beginning stages. But signature program, those types of things have really grown, and I feel like there's more of a direction now. Some of the weaknesses are, like I mentioned, the opportunity gap. It just keeps getting a little bigger, and because things cost more right now. And I think that students, especially, in certain areas, there's just not enough funding for them to be on an equal playing field as some of the other schools in this county.
All right, that's it. Thanks.
Sure.
That's it. I'm Joanne Maynard, and I don't know really what I represent on here other than a district. I'm from North County, but I've been in education most of my life at all levels, county, State Department, etc. Anyway, this is tagging on to your question to her in a sense. In your application, you said, as someone who works with businesses, I see a disconnect in what schools are doing and what we are looking for in the working world. Could you talk to that statement a bit?
And so this, just let me preface, would be, for a recent grad trying to apply to one of my jobs as, an office manager or a secretary or something of that nature. The things that are important are the life skills, the being able to interview. Some students have never written a resume. I've spoken on panels about how to write resumes and cover letters and that sort of thing. Some of the practical, tangible, 21st century experiences students are not graduating with. It's, maybe the lack of technology, the lack of taking a class that teaches them, the practical skills of how to write a resume, a cover letter, send it on Career Builder, do a phone interview, do an in-person interview, and land a job. Like, it could be as simple as that. Some of those things that they're going to need throughout the rest of their life, because I work with entry-level grads from college all the way to, career attorneys who are, general counsels looking for their next career move, making $350,000. Like, so everywhere in between, I see it all. And so for those recent grads to compete with other recent grads, they need to have a leg up on some of those skills.
Have you any specific recommendations for how they school system could go about that in connecting with business a bit more?
Sure. I mean, I know that right now there are, the business advisory boards and what used to be called career connections and those sorts of programs, in school. But I do think, more of in English class, let's write a resume, let's do a cover letter. Some of these things that, might not be touched upon, mock interviews. I know that there are some schools in this county who invite people from, the general public, neighborhoods. I know I'm on a listserv that always asks for volunteers to do, mock interviews and that sort of thing. That needs to be done across the board to help all students.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am Emily Brandenburg. I am the county executive's appointment, and I'm actually former Board of Education member for District 33. Congratulations. I think I hold the honor of being the only board member to have given birth, and managed a baby during her term. So you've got this. The question that I always ask, and I think it's so incredibly important, and I think it's sometimes overlooked, is the role of a Board of Education member and the role of the superintendent and the relationship between the two. And I was hoping you could expound a little bit on your feelings and where you are in that.
So I think I might have mentioned this before, but the role of a board member is to think big picture, and they're not going to be in charge of the day-to-day operations of figuring out this program and telling XYZ school to implement it. That's not their job. Their job is to, set the direction, set the tone for the district, provide accountability and oversight for the district, and just hold everyone to a high academic standard, and to make sure that we're doing what's in the best interest of all students. The superintendent, they're the expert who's going to be advising the board on educational policy and procedure. They're the ones who are going to implement, Maryland state laws and Maryland Department of Education laws and those sorts of things. And the board's job is to research and question and find, what is going to work. They're going to, think big picture of, is this going to be of use and help all students in our county? That answer?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you very, very much.
I'll go last.
Okay. First of all, thank you for your willingness to want to serve. How do you build consensus, and give an example how you were able to do this?
Meaning, having everyone agree?
It's how you define consensus.
So I'm very persuasive. So, I think that I've been a manager in my job for, a really probably 5 to 7 years of the 10 years I've been with my company. So I have a team that, reports to me that has to fulfill certain sales metrics, XYZ, talk to so many clients, talk to so many candidates on a daily basis, interview so many people. So I think that collaboratively, I'm a good leader and I can work as a team. And when people are on board, with some compromise, everyone can kind of reach a consensus that everyone's willing to work with and everyone can agree on. And it might not be the point A, B, and C, but can reach some sort of consensus on, okay, this is our way forward, and this is how we're going to move forward, and this is what we're going to do next.
By the way, I represent the Association of Educational Leaders. I'm Linda Ferrara, and that is the association of administrators, principals, assistants, coordinators, et cetera.
Sure. I was actually, doing a little research, and there's a lot of Severna Park alumni who are serving with your organization right now.
Yes. All right. As a school board member, parents with concerns about their child's school, teacher, principal, what is the process, your response for dealing with this as a school board member?
Can you repeat that?
Mm-hmm. As a school board member, parents will present concerns to you regarding their child's school, their teacher, their principal, the curriculum, etc. What is the process of your response for dealing with this?
So from what I understand, I don't just shoot off an email and respond to these parents. This would be discussed and, brought to everyone's attention. If it was personally sent to me, I would forward this to all the board members so everyone is aware of the issue, the question, and then from there, based on the question, it would be discussed amongst the board members, and a response would be given from the board president to respective parents.
All right. What do you consider one of the most important issues for the school board? And how would you set about to solve that?
The board issues or the county school issues?
The most important issues for the school board, which of course is the policymaker for
So I think right now there's a little bit of, as we've heard testimony, there's a little bit of animosity towards the board and the community. So I think that's a challenge that they're facing right now. There's a little animosity between the board and the teachers, the board and all four collective bargaining units within the county, based on their contracts and the public's perception of the board. So I think that, one of the ways to kind of fix it is to, it's public perception, and to be transparent about what the board is doing, and to kind of, educate everyone in the community about what's really happening with the board. I think that's one of their biggest challenges right now is the public perception.
Thank you.
Sure.
Very much.
Well, welcome,
Thank you.
and thank you for your willingness to serve.
Sure.
I'm going to ask you a question that I've asked for my first 2 years as a commissioner. I've kind of drifted away from it.
Okay.
But it has to do with the Maryland School Performance Program that was alive in the early 90s.
Okay.
I finally have an opportunity to ask somebody about it who's been through school during the days of the Maryland School Performance Program. The brainchild of the MSPAP, which was very similar to what we see on a national level with the No Child Left Behind Act. MSPAP was a statewide thing, and schools got graded based upon students' performance on the Maryland School Performance Assessment. Excuse me. Bob Embry, president of the State Board of Education at the time, was asked by one of my colleagues during a seminar what he thought the 3 greatest challenges to Maryland public schools were, and how is MSPAP going to address them. His answers were student motivation, parental involvement, and adequate funding. But they couldn't do anything about those 3 things, so they're going to test the schools. So, was he right? Was student achievement back in your days going through school during the time of MSPAP and parental involvement and adequate funding the 3 greatest challenges?
I think, first let me take adequate funding. I don't think any parent in any school district will say, oh, we're adequately funded, no matter how much money you threw into it. There's no parent who would ever say that. I'm sure you've all read the Howard County study about, their research in relation to our home values, and it's things like that that show that if we give a little money now, look at the return we could be getting. So I think that adequate funding will always be an issue. We will never have adequate funding, no matter, we'll always ask for more. From the board, from the county executive, we will always ask for more because we want that for our kids. I think motivation, that was the other one.
That was the first one.
that, I think that you can't speak for every child, but I think as a whole, that's still the same as it was. It is getting more competitive to get into college. It's getting more expensive. There are more kids trying to outdo each other, taking AP courses and getting in IB programs and that sort of thing. But I think the motivation is there. And then the second one,
Parental involvement.
that can always be improved as well. So there's pockets of this county that have extensive parental involvement, like, my example with my son's elementary school. And there are some schools that they don't have that, not because they don't love their children and want to be at their children's events, it's because they don't have the opportunities as some of these other schools to do so.
Thank you. I don't have another question.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Chike Anyanwu, and I'm filling in for Cam Guest. I'm going to have a little, maybe 2 or 3 questions for you. One is very simple. Would you prefer that we have elected school board members than appointments? What
Well,
do
if
you
I'm
think?
appointed, then no. I mean, it's a drastic change from what the county has traditionally done. So I would need to do some research on that.
Because we have so many qualified, I'm looking at your resume, that's awesome.
Thank you.
And then you look at other people, it's all of them really nice, qualified candidates. It's so hard to choose from, and I'm thinking whether, running for a school board, is better than,
Sure. I mean, I haven't done enough research on the elected part of it. I would have to do some research on it.
I won't hold you to that.
But,
I'm just curious. My next question, which my wife wanted me to ask, I've been asking everybody. We are parents of homeschool, 3 kids. And so I wanted to know, since we're also taxpayers, is it not proper, for our kids to also participate in extracurricular activities within the public schools? Also, without the kids, my kids take a Maryland assessment test with other school, with other kids, and they're doing very well. At the end of the school, can they get a diploma from the county?
I'm not quite sure what the policy is on homeschool kids being allowed to participate in.
Right now, they're not.
They're not, okay.
Some schools selectively would allow them to, but some, will say, hey, you're not a public school student,
Right.
Yeah.
If it's something that's based on a school by school basis, I think, depending on, it would be obviously where you live and what school they would attend, if they would be allowed to participate in extracurricular activities at that particular school. I think it would be up to the administration at any particular school on whether or not they could participate.
But as a school board member, would you like to see it uniform among all the schools? Can you push the issue? Why are the kids not allowed to participate in extracurricular activities? That's good for their health and So I don't see why not?
Sure. As a blanket rule, I don't know if that's the board's job to right now take something that's on a school by school, administrator by administrator basis to make a blanket rule and make a law like that. But it would be definitely something we could look into to see, the pros and cons. And, there's a lot more probably to the issue of reasons, why versus why not.
The next, just a general statement, I like your resume, I like your recruitment skills, and hoping that you really use it to assist the county, hire, really skilled, talented teachers, and, so that's just a general statement.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I'm Jamie, Chair of the Commission, representing District 33. My question is, how do you measure, if you were appointed to the school board, how would you know if you were doing well? How do you measure success?
So you'd have to basically take a look at, the indicators of success that were listed by the county's goals, and all of those have percentages that we want, X percent of our students to be doing this. We want each school to have, 2 outside meetings. We kind of go down the checklist and use a metrics to say, has the county met its goals? And really, it's kind of a systematic way. There's a tangible number associated with every single indicator of success. And you kind of go down the list, and if you're failing in a lot of areas, you're probably not doing a good job.
That's all I have. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for taking the time and being here.
I hope you're
and
not
being with us.
here too late. But I will be leaving as much as I'd like to stay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, we lost our
I'll go. Do you want me to go tell?
would you mind? Or-
Sure. Yeah, no
Thank
problem.
you.
Is it Diane next?
Carrie Pets.
Carrie's
Yeah,
next.
Carrie's next, thank you.
You can see I came back. I was persuaded. I've been persuaded for almost 60 years. I wanted to ask you how the kids are doing.
Everybody's good. Everybody's 4, almost 4. Can you
Oh, my
believe it?
goodness.
I was talking previously, I was like, I think I was the only board member ever to be pregnant and give birth. I remember nursing in the caucus room and having somebody wait there, during those longer meetings.
Yeah.
So, yeah, everybody's big. I mean, 4 now, it's amazing.
Hi, Carrie, welcome. Just a quick review, so
Thank you.
we'll do a 5-minute, you'll do an introduction. At 4:30, if you're going, I'll kind of wave my arm. At 5, I'll start making noise. And then we'll go down the row, we'll go this way, asking questions and introducing ourselves.
Okay.
So I'll start whenever you're ready.
Okay.
So I'm Carrie Petz, chairman and members of the commission. When I applied for this position last year, I shared that this was not something that just came about. Applying was always a part of my plan. Having spent over 8 years working with the school board, county council, and other state and local officials on school improvement has given me an insight into the system. As my understanding deepened, my desire to have an impact at the highest level grew. After elections and opening of seat 33, I knew it was time to use my background and experience to connect the community and school board, help shape policies, and work at tackling the issues facing our school system. I'm back because I'm still committed to those things. I'm an Irish Puerto Rican who grew up in Queens, New York, attending PS 117 at a Title I school. Hopscotch, double dutch, those were the games we played. My parents' divorce meant moving during middle school to northern New Jersey, and then again to Basking Ridge, where I graduated from the 7th-ranked high school in the state. It was a very different culture than Queens. As a Ridge high school student, athlete, I was able to compete in varsity athletics and attend the Junior Olympics. The lessons of teamwork, perseverance, and hard work were an integral part of my public education. College afforded me an opportunity to continue my athletic pursuits and expand my leadership skills and education. As the first female in over 4 generations to attend college, I graduated from Salisbury State with a degree in psychology and a minor in social work. I worked for Anne Arundel County Social Services and then spent years in the event business, working events, presidential inaugurations, and White House Easter egg rolls. As an event manager, I was working with large budgets, tight deadlines, and large groups of people. Managing budgets and contracts is an integral part of any successful event. Orchestrating events is a constant game of think fast. Being versatile, flexible, and working as a team is a must. All attributes that a school board member should have. Currently, I'm an instructional support specialist for a local education nonprofit. The promotion to my current position was unique since I actually helped create the position. Over time, I realized the need for a stronger connection to our instructors who delivered our material. In cooperation with the Director of Education, we developed a role that I now have immersed myself in skill sets requiring presentation, learning theories, instructional design. Engaging and supporting our instructors is the top priority as they are the connection to our students. Outside of work, I'm the PTA Vice President, an LDI class member, wife of a police officer, and a mom. I'm a solution-minded individual that has the ability to research, analyze, and report on a situation and work with a team to achieve a viable solution. What many do not realize is the amount of time that it takes to research and be informed on the vast number of things that come across the school board's desk. I'm familiar with this as I've spent years researching MGT studies, school construction, budgets, building renovations, regulations, EPA regulations, cell phone policies for towers on school property, crosswalks, and more. It is imperative to listen and learn all the sides of a topic to be able to understand and speak intelligently and factually. It is with this information that decisions can be made in the best interest of our children. It takes drive and passion to work through the process to achieve changes in the school system. My passion is to improve our aging school system and our surrounding community. For me, it began with a simple crosswalk. There's a strange intersection near our home where over 30 students walk every day, and there was never a crosswalk. Working with transportation, county officials, we had that intersection improved and later 2 other intersections as well. It is with the same passion and energy that I will serve on this board. I can appreciate someone's concern for something that seems so small, but to the people at the top, but living in their day-to-day, it really is a big deal. After crosswalks, it became our school building, which has been on the MDT study list for years. After several years, we just finished our design study, and we are on the docket for rebuild, should our money come through. After crosswalks, the foundation of our community is education system and people in it. Working with an open mind to enhance the experience of everyone within our system is a sincere passion for me. Creating environments where everyone can be successful is the ultimate goal of a school system, and one I believe in. Successful board members are able to help constituents understand the complicated issues from a board perspective and be an ambassador. I believe my background and untold time spent behind the scenes has given me a solid foundation to be an Anne Arundel County School Board member. And therefore, I ask you to submit my name to the governor. Thank you.
450.
Nice.
Very nice.
I saw the wave.
We're at this end? Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to meet you, Carol. My name is Chike Anyanwu. I live in Odenton. I'm filling in for Cam Gas.
Okay.
Man, you have a wonderful resume. And a lot of people, I want to let you know that a lot of people wrote it for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. My question is, you mentioned towers in schools. Do you think we should continue to have cell towers in schools despite the health consequences for our kids? I know that, we talk about the money, but should we sacrifice our children's health for money that, so?
I don't believe that we should sacrifice our children's health just for money. I think, again, that's one of those topics where there's a lot of research on both sides of the table, presenting on what that looks like and what the regulations are for that. I would be a board member that would do more research on that, as well as looking at really trying to find the best placement for those to alleviate, if the rules are that we are permitted to have those, and where they would go, and finding the best locations with the least impact would be, the avenue. If the consensus was that we were using those and following through with, regulations and things that have already been put forward.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the consensus in the schools, and that's why they have them. But I won't, as an individual, you know, and having been in IT for a long time, I know that those are not really, you know, good for the students. And I want to make sure that, you know, we don't continue to place those things, those towers in schools, you know, because I guess we're talking about how much money we make out of them, you know, and so, but I got your answer, I understand.
Thank you. Sure.
My next question, can I ask one
Yeah,
more?
you have two, so, sure.
Okay. My next question, which I've been asking everybody is, I'm a parent of homeschooler.
Okay.
And I homeschool what my wife does.
At least you're honest.
Yes. But I also support public school because every year when the county does a budget, my wife and I are always there to support public school and the libraries.
Okay.
The only reason why we homeschool our kids is because many times schools are not friendly to kids who want to exercise their religious rights. You know, if they want to write in anything about the Bible or pray in school if they so choose, schools are not, you know, friendly to that. So that's why we decided to homeschool. But
Okay.
other than that, we love public school. I'm a product of public school. So would you support students that want to exercise their religious rights in our county schools?
So you explained in like writing and things like that.
Yes,
I don't,
if you
are they
want to
not?
exercise, you know.
It's not my understanding that they're not allowed to write about topics that they have I understand that it is not openly, you know, expressed very well to people that choose, you know, you don't see a lunchroom cafeteria of kids sitting and praying before their meal. So that would be something that might seem different for your child if they were interested in being in a public school. But I don't believe that in many public schools that would be frowned upon or shunned should a child choose that. I know plenty of people that eat in public places as well as schools that would take their moment of silence to themselves and that be an acceptable practice.
Okay, so if you have a case like that, you know, student said, you know, I was trying to pray, you know, with my, you know, friends, you know, and some teacher wasn't, you know, didn't allow them to do that. If you see something like that, I'm sure you would, you know, support the student and say it's their right to do so, to pray at school.
Yeah, under the circumstances and not that it's a disruptive factor.
Exactly.
And there are policies and things, you know, that you would obviously abide by.
Yeah.
But again, I appreciate and that understanding of that it is not a systemic cultural practice that different people practice their religions in the school. And that is, I think, a practice of diversity, but I think they learn different pieces of different things when we celebrate different holidays and have off. There are acknowledgments of all different religions that we have holidays in our calendar, and they, you know, the kids know they're off for Rosh Hashanah versus Easter. And I'm, you know, where my kids are in elementary school, there's not a lesson on it, but I think culturally it is discussed. That students do know the different holidays and have expressions of those things.
Okay. I'll give somebody a chance. I got some more, but I'll let
I'm Bill Jones.
Hi.
I'm with the Teachers Association.
Yes,
Thank you for stepping forward to help our school system,
sure.
help run our school system, and set policy for our school system. I've read your three priorities: the maintenance backlog, implementation of Common Core and Park testing, and meeting the needs of non-traditional students, and reference specifically charter, contract schools, those types of things. Where on your hierarchy of priorities would be recruiting and retaining high-quality teachers?
That is in there as well, and I think that is a overarching, obviously in these times, it is a very current and top priority for the school board and the system at large. And I think different areas are all working at and understanding the needs and respecting what is going to be the best policy, because there has been this lack, which again, due to funding and the way the teachers are feeling under the current time frame that we're living in right now, that I think we are in a unique situation right now in how we're going to manage that situation. So it is hugely a priority. And I kind of felt like that was a current hot topic and policy, so I didn't necessarily make it one of my top 3 there at the time that I wrote that, because it is an issue that is being addressed at different levels. My feeling on that and how I would look at that is, I'm currently in LDI, and I'm the only non-administrative or teacher who is a part of the Leadership Development Institute. So I get to spend 1 weekend a month with students or teachers and administrators. So I've learned a lot from being around them, what will make them happy, things that do make them happy, things that they feel like where they're not heard. So I feel like I've been given a great insight into that through that program. And there are things like just knowing that there are added benefits that a lot of people don't take advantage of for educators, discounts at different places and things like that, that those type of things can be highlighted and really feature some of the good things that are available and our benefits package. And when you look at things in a broader perspective and not just dollar amounts, I think some of that will help as well.
Fair enough. One final one, and a one-word answer would be fine with me.
Okay.
You might not want to give me a one-word answer, but let me ask you. You referenced in your second priority park testing. We're looking down the future, not too distant future, where teachers will be evaluated based upon student scores on park testing. Do you think that's fair?
Do I have to give a one-word answer? I don't, and again, that comes from having exposure to teachers at all different levels in all different areas of this county. And I just spent some time at the prison and met 4 different students who went through our public school system at different levels, and they each talked about, and the one guy said, when I went to school that day and I was late and I put my head on the table and then I got in trouble, that teacher didn't realize that my dad got arrested last night and we were up all night and I got taken to my aunt's house and then I was brought to school. So that was one of those examples, and I have teachers that teach in those areas. They don't have control over some of those extenuating circumstances with students that have exorbitant amount of absences and never have a pencil. You know, the situations that are out of their control, I would have to study that and try to figure out different way. There has to be some other pieces to that puzzle. I don't think that just testing, because obviously my blue ribbon school teachers have a much higher, easier chance of getting their bonus or pay than someone at a Title I school and who is struggling with some different situations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't have anything more.
Okay.
First of all, I want to thank you again for reapplying.
Thank you.
I'm Linda Ferrara. I'm the representative for the Association of Educational Leaders, which are the principals, assistant principals, directors, coordinators, etc. How do you build consensus, and give an example how you were able to do this?
Consensus is built by first listening to everybody and kind of hearing where everybody's at. Most of the time it's about making a decision or learning about something, and so you want to kind of know where everybody is at their baseline. And then I think it does come to putting forth your points if they are different than somebody else's, and seeing how you're going to get to that final goal, whatever that final goal is, and sort of working backwards and trying to get a little bit of everybody's wishes into that pie. In my LDI group, we have to do a group project as a capstone for our year, and we had 9 of us, and we all had a little bit of a different vision of what we thought our project was going to be. And we worked together and kind of softened and listened to each other, and we heard that the North County counselor really wanted to engage businesses in the community because that she felt that was lacking. And somebody else wanted to share on Twitter and Facebook because they wanted positive marketing. And so in the end, we have a collaborative approach of what we're doing that meets a little bit of everybody's needs in the end for the project.
What do you consider one of the most important issues for the school board? And how would you set to solve it?
The school board as a unit or like an issue currently?
What do you consider one of the most important issues for the school board?
I think one of the most important issues for the school board is how they present themselves publicly and kind of how they are always in front of, most of the people, and I'm taking it, I think, a little differently than maybe you intended, but people see them on the dais during a board meeting, and that is the interface for most of the public with the school board. So taking those individual people outside of that seat and also knowing all the business that goes behind and the policies and the time and the effort and research and decision-making that goes on behind that, it could be a 2-hour meeting, it could be a 7-hour meeting, but that's the visual presentation that the school board and the public kind of has. So expanding that vision and letting people see and learn a little bit more about how those policies came to be and giving it a more personal relationship to the community.
Sure.
Okay.
A lot of time on that.
Okay. As a school board member, parents will present concerns to you about their child's school, their teacher, the principal, the curriculum, et cetera.
Yeah.
Okay, what is the process for your response for dealing with this?
And also, for my understanding, there is a protocol as a school board member. But if a parent, first I would always listen. But if you're calling me about your student's grade or a bus situation, there is a protocol that should first go to your principal or a teacher. The chain of command should be followed. And then if I can assist you and give you some clarity, I am happy to do that. But I believe that you would remain in that chain of command that exists for a reason. If it got to a certain level and then they were looking for, as a District 33 representative, assistance in direction or support, then I would step in at that level. But they would have to go through that chain of command first.
Thank you.
Sure.
I've had cleanup, so it's
Oh, okay.
I'm Emily Brandenburg. I'm with the County Executive's Office. How are you?
Good.
Thank you again for submitting your application and coming down and putting your time in. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Sure.
One of the things that is so incredibly important, I think it's overlooked, is the role of a board member and the role of the superintendent and the relationship between the board and the superintendent. And so I'm curious as your perspective, sort of both the role of the superintendent, the role of the board member, and the relationship between the two, all three.
Well, technically, the board hires the superintendent, so there is a relationship in that way because that is the hiring body. But as the superintendent is in place, there is a collaborative relationship in that he has a policy and a vision of how the school system will work and looking for support from the school board. But also there's an accountability because you are the hiring body. So knowing what your constituents and the county and the people want as a consensus and making sure that those two are in alignment.
Thank you.
Sure.
That's all. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joanne Maynard, and I see here that you've done a lot of things, a lot of community involvement, haven't you?
I have.
But one that I particularly picked out is here that you received an award, Parent Involvement Matters.
Yes.
And that's a very recent one, apparently, or last year, I guess.
Yes.
Anyway, that is a big problem in many of our schools. How do you get parents involved and get them to come to the school and participate in ways that would help their children
Right.
in their work.
My approach has, so it's twofold. My approach has always been to really meet parents where they're at. And it could be parents or community members. My example is I had a parent who is a master gardener, a beekeeper, a psychologist. I don't know what she doesn't do, but she wanted to build a garden. She said, I'm going to apply for a grant. If we get the grant, will you help me figure out how we can do this garden? And it was a very easy process because that was her passion, not mine. And it met with the schools. We're a wellness school, and it's lovely to have. So it was a fantastic year-long project of getting her, other gardeners, other parents involved. But it was really her passion that brought people to the table. So if somebody tells me they want to be, they're a woodworker and they want to try to work on a woodworking project, I want to encourage parents. I think a lot of people get scared because they don't know what to do. The school tells them what to do. We need you to do this, this, and this. I want to let you and find your strengths, and if you're a marketing person, if you own a dog grooming business, whatever it is, like how do we bring that to the school? Because that's something you know about and are passionate about and comfortable with, so bring that to the school. The flip side is I am at a school that has plenty of involvement and parents that don't have two houses working. So part of our LDI project, which I keep deferring to, but it is to bridge that gap and try to find buddy schools so that when I have too many parents who want to talk on career day, I can send you to Freetown who can't find enough parents to volunteer on career day. So trying to bridge those gaps between schools and share resources, because the reality is in some of our Title I schools, you have to meet those parents where they are because they are working 2 and 3 and 4 jobs and they can't get into the building. So how do we supplement those schools with resources and people reading to your children and things like that in the classroom, but meeting those parents where they are and providing meals. I know a lot of our schools do that. They provide a meal when they're having a meeting so that they're not missing out on a meal. And there's also that kind of get that they're coming and getting a meal while they come to some event with their children. So I think it's twofold, by sharing resources as well as meeting people where they're at and bringing their passion to the school.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Good evening, I'm Kemp Hammond, I'm the District 30 representative. And in response to Bill's question earlier, you mentioned that you had an opportunity to, or had opportunities to listen to teachers sort of talk to you or vent, or whatever you want to say, about issues or challenges. I'm just curious, of all of those that you've heard, what are 1 or 2 that most resonate with you that you believe would require action to be taken by the board that you would want to institute when you get on the board if you're chosen?
The 2 biggest things are, one, I think, is a perception. They want to feel appreciated, and they currently, and again, there's a lot of general, we have a very large school system, so you can hear from certain people one thing and a whole nother party saying a different thing. But there is that aura, and you can read it in the paper and online and the forums and things like that, that they don't feel that appreciation and they don't feel that support from the school board or the county per se. So one of that is changing that, and as part of LDI, there was some eye-opening when we had our budget conversations and realizing where different decisions and how decisions were made everywhere from, the union level to the school board level to county level. There was a lot of not knowing of what that was. So if I was on the school board, that would be something to share and try to get that message out of what that process is, and doing those kinds of things to let teachers know how they are appreciated. One of the previous LDIs, they just did AACPS Speaks in February at Maryland Hall, and they had Rob Levitt come and put on a presentation for, and it was strictly for teachers. It was like coffee and drinks and things for teachers, and then a night out, and kind of putting forth those positive aspects. And again, there are a lot of benefits that local organizations offer, whether it's Chick-fil-A, you get free coffee on Tuesdays. Kind of highlighting some of the things that are available that I think because everyone just keeps hearing these negative connotations and information on media and that kind of thing, trying to put that positive spin out there is going to be helpful in the retention area as well.
I think the Chick-fil-A suggestion is a great idea.
You want free coffee from Chick-fil-A? Okay.
That's it, thanks.
Sure.
Hi, I'm Susanna Kidkey. I'm the District 31 representative. And I'm curious to know, there's a kind of a big discussion, and I think the bill was withdrawn this year, but there was a bill in the General Assembly to make preschool mandatory. And there's conflicting research, but there's some research to suggest that pushing academics heavily on little kids is initially helpful and then ultimately detrimental to them. There's even some research to suggest that too much homework or any homework for elementary school age kids is not great. But I'm curious to know, what do you think about mandatory preschool? Would you support it?
My first thought is funding. So I would look at it logically and say we have to figure out where that funding would come from, and then go from there with. I think we need targeted preschool. There are also studies that show that pushing preschool and structured education at such a young age is actually hindering, especially boys, later on because they're not able to be as successful and sit still in a classroom for 8 hours a day without running and playing and jumping. So they get turned off to education and falter. But I think there is a need, and there's plenty of research and study for those certain areas where they may not be getting read to at home. Maybe their parents are not even able to read English, so they're not reading their children's stories. Targeting those areas has definitely shown that there is a positive effect, getting them that piece of education and just general contact with literature and academics that they're not getting at home. You would want to focus on that. And we do have Child Find, which is before they're in school, my son had it. If they are struggling in certain areas, that they do come into the home and help with that. I mean, it's a little more targeted kind of therapy way, but I don't think mandatory for everybody would not be what I think the full research shows.
Okay. And then to follow up, well, it's not really to follow up, but it's sort of along the same line. There's very little recess time, as you probably know, and I'm curious to know if you would advocate to expand that a little bit and give kids especially elementary school kids, a little more time outside.
That is something that I would love to research more. I have not been a part of the calendar or the scheduling process. That's not a process I know too much about, but that is an issue. I have boys, so I know a lot about boys. But it is an issue. We have 15 minutes of recess at our school, and we do PE one, 50-minute block a week. So unless you are engaging, you have a teacher who is very aware of that and getting the kids to do jumping jacks while you're counting the numbers of pi today, like whatever it is, getting that activity in, there's plenty of research that shows that they need that brain stimulation and that activity to really function well. So how to integrate that into, we have an outdoor classroom, but getting a teacher to use it, because it means they have to leave the classroom with 30 kids and not miss instructional time and get back to science. It is a hard battle because we're trying to fit so much in. But I think more recess, the kids would love it too.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for your willingness to go through this long, arduous process, not once but twice.
Thank you.
Within a year. First of all, I'd like to know, how do you think you can best represent the diversity of the Anne Arundel County Public Schools community?
So, as I said in my opening, I attended a Title I school growing up, and then I attended one of the wealthiest high schools in New Jersey. So I kind of had this broad spectrum of experience myself. So knowing what it's like to have lived both sides, I think is that's just a personal experience that I can bring to the table and have compassion and understanding for both sides, as well as my community experience and my relationships through being a member of this county as well as through LDI, knowing teachers and faculty in different areas of the county and understanding, again, what their needs and how things function for them, and understanding that difference and being able to respect that and make decisions knowing that it's not just affecting my school or schools in District 33. It really is about the school system as a whole. And I think as long as you have that frame of reference, you can represent all of those and be a listening ear as well to hear what their concerns are and be open to those and research those and find the best ways within the system to work and the policies that exist to work with those people.
Okay. And then you've had now an opportunity to, at some point in time, to listen to board members of the school board, to observe the new members. So what is it that you can bring to the board that is unique and to add to the existing board, because you would be the only new member coming on?
I think my advantage is the longevity that I've had as considered an outsider, but I have spent a lot of years on the other side of the school board, attending those meetings and listening to the testimonies and the debates on different topics and researching them on my own, as well as spending time with different arenas, state construction people, county construction people, as well as through LDI. We get each month is kind of big behind the scenes of different parts of the school system, and I'm also a member of the Superintendent's Parent Advisory Council, and we do the same thing there. So we have a huge demonstration about transportation and how the buses work and how much they cost and why and all the ins and outs of transportation. So some of those big topics and areas, I kind of have that background already. I would never claim that I know everything that they know, because I think it's a continual learning process, but I kind of have that step up that I've been able to be a part through LDI and the Superintendent's Council to know a bit more about the ins and outs of how things function.
Thank you.
Sure.
Diane Dixon Proctor from the community college. Now, the community college would like to get all the graduates every year to come over to the community college. We know that's impossible. But how, as a board member, would you help in ensuring that the community college would be in the forefront as far as recruiting and getting new students in, especially those students who are not quite proficient in math and English? Because one of the things you said in your, as your goals were that you feel that that a lot of the schools in Anne Arundel County are in need of a facelift, you know, as far as keeping up with some of the new technology and computers and things of that nature. So the school board has to spend a lot of time looking at the budget. And so how would you try to keep some collaboration going while you are trying to
Look at the
address those
budget.
two issues? Huh?
While we're looking at the budget.
Yeah, while you're looking at the budget.
Well, I think the community college has a stellar reputation, and locally as well as nationally, maintaining that, because there are relationships that currently exist and students from the high schools do come over. And I think part of that is being aware. We talk about college and career readiness, and we talk a lot about college readiness. We don't always talk about career quite as much. And I think that is something that we can focus more on, and letting those students know that the financial times are different as well, and for the value of what the community college can provide is a great asset to be able to save money and go there. So I think that is, a marketing piece as well that could be used. But really that it could be that stepping stone, or it could be that place. You offer a lot of programs with hospitality and the casinos, that you have a lot to offer. And I do know many students who come back. I know a guy who's at University of Maryland in the entrepreneurship program, and he takes his math classes at the community college over winter and summer terms because he likes the smaller classroom and the more one-on-one that he gets and dedicated time he gets to spend with that. So that's another avenue of marketing that we could collaborate and share with students, that it may not even be full-time, but here's a way to continue your education in the county when you're here.
Thank you.
Sure.
That's it.
Carrie, good evening. I'm David McClatchy. I represent the City of Annapolis and the Anne Arundel County Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
I'm going to make an assumption that you're there, you're on the board. Now, let's say the people here are the 10 largest employers in the county. Give me a couple things you would tell them that you would want to see us do to further the mission of the board.
As a school board member,
Yes, ma'am.
furthering the mission of the board, these are the 10 largest employers
In the county.
in the county.
What do you want us to do for you?
I need your money. Well, and I think we say that jokingly, but honestly, we need your money. So finding ways to let those businesses realize, and it doesn't always have to be one for one, but that you as a business in the community, you benefit from whatever dollars you share with our school system, because the more students we keep engaged and we keep in school are not selling drugs and on the streets, keep the community at large a positive place to live and your business to thrive. And we're creating, hopefully we're creating employees that you would want to come work at your business. So
you want us to write a check?
no, I also want your people, because I want you to be involved and have some ownership over feeling like you are a part of the solution. So depending, when we have lots of partnerships in the county with local businesses, I look at it a little flip side is majority of our businesses in this county are small businesses. They're not the 10 largest employers. They don't make up the mass. They're a small group.
You're right.
I want to hit the small businesses in those local communities and say, this is how you here in North County can help Freetown Elementary School, and see that partnership. They don't necessarily just need your dollars, they need your truck. They need you to come help sponsor dinner because they are a Title I school and they need to feed their families if they're going to have an engaging night. So I would engage locally and have a connection to the local schools.
Thank you, good.
Sure.
Am I up?
Seems like it.
I guess my question is sort of a technical one. Your role with LDI, are you volunteer or paid? And is it affiliated how is it affiliated with Anne Arundel County Public Schools? We want to make sure there's no conflict of interest.
We don't get paid.
Okay.
So 21st Century Foundation is the foundation for the school system, and they offer a Leadership Development Institute to Anne Arundel County employees, as it's kind of like Leadership Anne Arundel, but through the school system and more with a vision and a lens of the school system. I happened to get lucky enough to apply and be selected because I won the PIMA award last year. They felt like it was a good fit because of my involvement. It normally is mostly faculty admin of the county. So it's a 1 year, you're chosen. Pam was a member, I think, of the first class. And then you put a capstone project together and it ends in May.
Okay. Very nice. And then
Sure.
my normal question then, how do you measure success? How will you know if you're doing well?
I typically, in my career and in life, I make small goals of, if you do X, Y, and Z, then you have completed to this point. in this way, because it's always you're not gonna win every vote, you're not gonna convince everyone to be on your side. My measure of success would be that in 5 years, I have left our county school system in a better place than it was today. Not that it's in a bad place or, but in a better, that I've made improvements and that I've put forth initiatives and ideas that have progressed us to a next level. Does that work? Okay.
Anything else? Thank you very much, Carrie.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Would you mind, are you headed out, or?
I am.
Would you mind letting Diana know at last?
Yeah,
She's up.
her turn.
She is last. Randomly selected by software.
I know. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you.
I believe you guys don't need to stand up and stretch.
Oh, they never last just the 5 minutes, though.
Why did I leave? Just,
You just want to stand up.
yeah.
You could stand in place.
These are not the most comfortable chairs.
They are.
And they're loud.
Yeah, they're very small.
They squeak.
Oh,
It was the staff's understanding that this was going to be over by about 9:30.
oh dear.
So the custodian has asked you to call Mr. Newth,
Okay.
his boss, who lives across the street, about 5 minutes before you go, so he can come over and turn off the lights and lock the door.
Will do. Thank you. Very patient of them. That's wonderful. Thank you.
They left us. But somebody.
Okay, just a quick review. So we'll do a 5-minute introduction, and then we'll go down the road this way and ask questions, introduce ourselves and that stuff. At 4:30, I'll kind of raise my hand if you're still going, and then at 5, I'll grumble. Whenever you're ready.
My name is, first of all, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, good late evening. My name is Diana Peckham. I live in Davidsonville, and I don't have a job. I'm retired. I retired in June this past year after 39 years of teaching. I started out as a phys ed teacher in Massachusetts, met my husband, got married, we moved down here to Alexandria. I got a job in Charles County. We eventually moved over to Accokeek and PG, and I taught for 6 years in Charles County, and we had 2 children, and I had concerns about the education they might receive in the county they were scheduled to go to. So we moved to Anne Arundel, primarily because Anne Arundel's school education reputation was excellent. I taught at Broadneck for a year, was excessed, went to Brooklyn Park junior, senior for 7th grade. Annapolis High School was adding 9th graders. They were one of the last schools to change over from the junior high to middle school program, and they were adding 9th graders, so I went to Annapolis, where I stayed for 18 years until we were all fired under No Child Left Behind. We had had a total of 7 students in the previous 4 years fail to make adequate yearly progress under No Child Left Behind. And so I ended up going to Northeast, where I finished out 8 years of a teaching career. And so I retired in June. And it is with that teaching background that I applied to become a member of the school board, because the school board doesn't have any teacher representation. Historically, it's always had community and business leaders who might have also been parents, so there was a parental voice and concern there. We have had a parental voice through Ms. Ritchie, when she was the former PTA member when she was on the board. We've had a student voice elected by Crask membership. We've had administrative representation through Mrs. Nally's membership on the board, but we've never had anybody come with the teacher's perspective. Many people often think that they can teach because they were once students and sat on that side of the desk. But once you get on the teacher side, it's quite a different vision. When I was in Annapolis, I became the faculty chair, and through that position, I was asked by various administrations to represent Annapolis and teachers on task force for the high school curriculum, the high school start times, as far as the AB Day block scheduling when we were making that transition. Superintendent's task force, and then I became very active in TAC, and I had several positions, including being a member of the board of directors for TAC, nominating committee, sick leave bank committee, and various other sundry appointments and advocacy positions in TAC, going to NEA conventions and NCUEA conventions. So I've listened to a lot of teachers, and I hear a lot of the issues and concerns that teachers get from administrations and from school boards. So I think I could bring that perspective. And that's my introduction.
All right, we're at that end.
Diana, thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Hanging in there. That was a good teacher. I am David McClatchy. I represent the City of Annapolis and the Anne Arundel County Chamber of Commerce. A couple of quick questions. Do you support the Common Core curriculum for the public schools?
Common Core, as it's designed for what it teaches as far as the goals for students learning and the parts of a good story, the plot, the narrative, the theme, those things, yes. Because the Common Core doesn't specify which textbooks to use. I speak as an English teacher primarily. But how it's been implemented, no, there have been a lot of radical problems with Common Core. I have not had the experience because my children are older, are much older than Common Core before it was implemented. But I've seen enough issues on Facebook with the math problems, so I think there's probably some kinks in Common Core that need to be worked out.
Thank you. My second question is, do you support investment in early childhood education? I'll call that K through 3 in our public school system.
K through 3? Yes. I have some concerns about pushing for pre-K because I think we have what I call literally a downgrading of education. What students were expected to master and learn and master in 2nd and 3rd grade, those are now the goals for 1st grade and kindergarten. And I think there's too much emphasis there. I think there needs to be more emphasis on the physical education side, the psychological development, the social structure of school, more playtime.
Thank you.
Diane Dixon Proctor from the Anne Arundel Community College. And as a teacher, you will bring something new and innovative to the school board, firsthand knowledge. How do you think you could take that firsthand knowledge and help the school board understand the achievement gap and how to look at it head on so that we can eliminate that achievement gap?
I think the achievement gap, you can't solve it by addressing only educational issues. It has to be addressed with economic issues, because most of the children who come with economic difficulties of learning do so because their parents haven't been able to afford the time to read to them when they were little because they were working 2 jobs. So you have to address those economic and cultural issues in a much broader fashion than just focusing on what happens when they walk through the door for the first day of kindergarten.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you for your willingness to continue to serve Anne Arundel County Public Schools. What kind of time commitment do you anticipate would your involvement be as a member of the board?
Well, it's essentially a volunteer position with a very small stipend. But it probably ends up being more than almost a full-time job for most people, because you have the monthly meetings and you have activities where you're going out and meeting the constituents of your district or the whole county if you're an at-large member, and you have to also take part in the activities where the superintendent goes out to meet the schools and the students and the parents and take part in the recognitions and the celebrations and address the issues and the crises that might arise. And you're a part of that team that works with those people to address them.
How will you engage parents and students at the local level and at the county level?
Northeast, I don't know that it was at all schools, but I know Northeast started what they call the college program for parents, where parents could come for activities. It was focused, I think, primarily on minority students, to get those parents who might not have a background with formal education, to get them to understand, at least at the high school level, the needs of their students to be successful in making it through to graduation and maybe going on to further education in other venues, whether it was a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree. And they had established programs for parents to take part, and they could earn credits by attending various events. And the school system might be able to implement that at various schools for different needs, for different levels, to get different sectors of parental populations involved, depending on the needs of each school.
And then finally, how can you represent the diversity of the Anne Arundel County Public Schools community?
I think the diversity it includes not only race and political affiliation, but it includes the perspective of teachers. I've been a parent with 3 kids who went through Anne Arundel County Public Schools, got a good solid foundation, went on to good colleges and got bachelor's and master's degrees. And I think I can speak as both a parent and as a teacher and as an advocate, as a citizen in the county, because I think the school system determines the economic stability of a county. I did mention in my letter that when Nordstrom was coming here, they did a survey as to what the economic pockets were of the county, and they found that most people could afford, we had a population that could afford to go to Nordstrom to do their shopping. And the reason the population had those deep pockets is because they were good paying jobs. And the jobs that they had afforded them a good school system for their children. And they, like my husband and I, chose this system because of its reputation. And if you don't have a good, solid school system, people aren't going to want to live here, and business aren't going to want to come or to stay here.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susanna Kipke. I represent District 31. I'm curious to know your thoughts on charter schools, whether you would support expanding charter schools in the county if there were efforts to open new ones.
Charter schools are a two-edged sword. A lot of the charter schools that have been historically done in the country, they take money away from public education, supporting the schools that already exist. I know we have some charter schools here, and they have been successful, but I would like to see our focus stay on the schools that we have and the ones we might add if we had a 13th high school.
Could you explain the importance of playtime? You called it playtime earlier, and what benefits that would provide?
All the studies show that kids learn better when they're little and they have the physical activity because they've got all that energy. 5-year-old boys are not designed to do 90 minutes of seat time. They're designed to be up and around and to be active. All students are, and it's part of the socialization that they're playing with blocks on the floor or playing with color maps on the floor, and they're moving. And that is going to intrinsically put into their brains both the physical and the intellectual activity that they're doing.
And also, I really liked your discussion on the 90-minute class periods. And I remember when I was in your class, 50 minutes was enough.
Yep.
I mean, I wish we would have had some playtime in your class, but I understand you didn't want to have that. But can you just explain, why, you're not really high on the 90-minute classes, but they'd like to reduce the class time? Just allow you to elaborate on that part.
Well, we did have at least one play lesson.
That's right.
Romeo and Juliet, I taught you guys how to formal dance.
Yeah, I think I was sick, but
at least how to do a box step. Well, as I said, 90 minutes in college, when you took those Tuesday, Thursday classes, your professors didn't hold you for 90 minutes. They let you go earlier. They provided a break. And for high school students, no. And with the increasing demands or creation of demand through the media socialization and the texting, they have to have their phones. They have to be checking it every 3 or 4 minutes. That was one of my pet peeves in my last years. I was a phone Nazi. I just think it's too long. And because we only see them on an A-B day schedule, if a kid is sick and misses a couple of days, or you have a snowstorm and you miss a couple of days, you might not see those students for a week. And that's not a reasonable expectation, to have them try and remember everything that happened a week ago. There's a line from Raisin in the Sun with Ruth and her mother-in-law are having an argument about Travis doing his homework. He has to do it now, but it's Friday, it's supposed to be playtime. Well, if I let him go till Sunday, he forgets what the teacher says, or he forgets what he's supposed to do. You can't expect kids to carry, granted Travis was very young, he was in elementary school, but you can't expect young students to carry over those important lessons unless you're giving them a ton of homework, and which should be mitigated too.
Thank you very much. I think you'd be a great addition. So.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm Joanne Maynard, and I was also in education most of my life, and very different things along the way, but anyway. I noticed in your responses here, you discussed considerably the pressure that is on teachers to do all of these different things, No Child Left Behind, and then this core curriculum, Common Core, not a curriculum, but anyway. Then we have a budget that is limited, and has been very much so the last several years, really. Not just here in Anne Arundel, but nationally. And how do you, salary-wise and for expenses, what as a board member, if you were on the board member, what would you recommend on how to handle that when there just is not enough money to go around the way we currently spend? Is there some area that you feel is getting too much? And certainly you've said that the teachers, and I know all that, and your salaries and what have you. But how would you ameliorate that or recommend if you were a board member?
Two areas in particular that come to mind. First are programs. Oftentimes programs are brought in as the new best thing that's going to cure all ills. To me, they've always been somebody's PhD program, and that doctoral candidate had friends with educational systems and supervisors, and they bought into it as support. And that's how those programs got started. And then we go to great expense to buy those programs, sometimes with textbooks. We did this several years ago with a math program for, I want to say, 3rd and 5th graders. And I think we only kept the program, we introduced the program in August with very little time for the teachers to prepare for it. And then we bought all these textbooks and materials and supplies, and the program only lasted, I think, 4 years. And then we changed to something else. So there has to be a real look at how the programs are going to be bought into and how they're going to be implemented. And secondly is textbooks. As an English teacher, I had one anthology that was my favorite. You used it. And it was a great book. It offered a whole variety of short stories, poetry, and it had great stories for teaching different aspects of literature. And then we went out and we bought, it was passé, it was time to buy new books, and it turns out they were somewhat questionable or unethical. It turned out connections with book companies, and most recently, a fellow teacher of mine was on the MOI committee for the 12th grade textbook, which was purchased, I want to say, 5 years ago. The teachers suggested and then strongly voted for not purchasing this textbook. It was huge, it was expensive, the kids weren't going to take it. They were going to leave it in the classroom, or if they took it home, they were never going to open it. And they strongly recommended that the textbook not be used. They were overridden by the facilitator, and that was the textbook that was purchased for several, I would say hundreds of thousands of dollars of expense. And the book was never used. So those are two areas that I might look at budget.
I've heard teachers, I listened to on the Anne Arundel County government program, one evening teachers, most of them were from Annapolis High School, and I heard a couple of them talk about that there are too many programs
Yes.
And I really haven't gotten around to doing, but I wanted to, too many programs. That means a lot of different things, but you address that,
Yeah.
maybe. So are you saying that maybe we're just experimenting in the schools with programs, something comes up, it looks good, and
Well, I think
we
everyone has the
purchase?
best of intentions, and they think that this program, the new one, might address and solve this issue. But usually the programs haven't been tested for long enough to see if they are effective. It goes back to the old idea of, when I first went to Annapolis, we were an open space classroom, because that was what California had done 6 years
I know all
before.
about that.
And then when Annapolis was built, there was an economic crunch, and it was seen as a very fiscally responsible way to do this new educational trick, and it ended up being a nightmare.
Well, something is going to have to give.
Yes.
Because the school budget is over 50% of what the county takes in. And I think that we're just going to have to take, maybe expunge some of the curriculum that are the course offerings. Seem to me they're outdated. I've taken a look in the high school, and I just think that that's a big issue, money.
Well, they've eliminated some of the courses. At
Right.
the high school level, they've eliminated the vast majority of the business classes, because those are now usurped by not usurped, they've been taken over by the computer classes and the tech classes, and so there aren't the need for those business classes because everybody's going to college.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am Emily Brandenburg. I'm the county executive appointment and actually a former Board of Education member to
Yes,
District 33.
I've testified in front of you.
Yes, I remember. One of the things I find so incredibly important, and it gets overlooked, is the relationship between the Board of Education and the superintendent, and then each of their respective roles as well. And I was hoping that you could share your thoughts and expound on that a little bit.
I think there's a great gap between the understanding of what happens between the superintendent and the Board of Education. I think a lot of people think they're the same thing, that the superintendent, even though he is the secretary, the treasurer, and he has another position.
Ex officio. Yeah.
Ex officio, that he is part of that board that gets appointed in some way, or that they don't clearly understand who is whose boss, who's working for whom, and that they don't understand the relationship at all. It took me several years of working in the county to know that there was a difference between the two.
Right. Thank you. And the roles of each board member and the superintendent?
The superintendent is, I guess if I were to use a family analogy, he's the parental figure. He's in charge and he's overseeing all these different aspects of different wings of the family. He's the patriarch. I mean, it's male now. And the different aspects of the family and the great division of aunts and uncles and grandchildren and everything else. And I think the Board of Education as a role is probably the grandparent. That they should be coming with more experience and understanding what the school system's supposed to be doing, and they get to spoil the children.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I do cleanup, so.
I am Linda Ferrara, and I represent AEL, the Association of Educational Leaders, which are the principals, the assistants, et cetera, coordinators, et cetera. How do you build consensus, and give an example how you were able to do this?
Consensus, you build consensus through a lot of conversation. Everybody putting on the table what it is their clear objective is they're trying to get in the meeting of the minds, what their goal is to achieve. And you have to discuss it and set out the parameters of what it is you're working with. Is it a budget constraint? Is it a time constraint? Is it a personnel constraint? So that you know how you're going to work through it. A time I reached consensus, I was chairperson of the High School Concerns Committee, And when Dr. Maxwell and Dr. Arlotto first came, Dr. Maxwell attended, I think, our first 2 or 3 committee meetings. And then he begged off and sent Dr. Arlotto. And he attended for about a year. And then there was it was voted that a different representative would come in place to represent the board. And I pushed for the fact that, or the committee pushed for the fact that if we were going to demand that students were taking 8 credits a year, 4 credits each semester, and 32 credits in the 4 years, that they should be getting more credit for their grades when it came to honor roll. And we discussed it at length, that because the old honor roll system was that it had to be all A's and B's and only 1 C. Well, if a student was taking 8 classes, and because we were pushing for more students to take AP and higher level classes, they had a greater risk of maybe not being so successful in 1 class. So it seemed to be penalizing the students for taking more challenging classes and more of them. And so we got a consensus, and we got the board to agree to change the academic record for what consisted of honor roll. And it went by GPA instead of letter grades.
Okay, thank you. As a school board member, parents present concerns about the child's school, the teacher, the principal, the curriculum, etc. What is the process of your response for dealing with this?
Well, depending on which particular concern it might be, if it has to do with something with an individual school, I would ask the parent to go through the chain of command. If you've spoken to the teacher, if your concern is with a classroom-based issue, and then have you worked through up to the principal, and taking it up the chain of command to make sure that everybody's aware of what's going on and what the concern might be.
What do you consider one of the most important issues for the school board? And how would you set to solve it?
I think right now the biggest issue for the school board is monetary as far as it concerns teacher morale. There have been numerous media coverage instances about the loss of the stipend, the high turnover rate, but I think that's indicative of what has been happening to teachers for the last probably 5 to 10 years. Teachers have become the scapegoat of failing school systems. All of us were fired at Annapolis High School because 7 students over the course of 4 years didn't meet a subjective test score. And teachers have felt that they are not respected anymore. A great number of people who might have gone into education won't because there's not enough pay, there's not enough respect. If you had a problem with a student and you told them in the past, oh, I'm going to call your mom, I'm going to call your dad. Please don't. I'll wash the chalkboards, I'll do anything you want. Don't call mom or dad. Go ahead, call them right now. They have absolutely no fear because the parents don't respect the teachers.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Bill Jones. I'm with the Teachers Association. Our local school system does a couple of things, either for students or to students, depending on which side of the argument you're on, having to do with the question of whether or not they're really being prepared for adulthood or higher education, or whether they're being coddled. Things like no grades allowed under 50. Redos. You did do an assignment, you want to do it over again, even if you already passed it, but you want to do it better, you get to redo. Deadlines that aren't really deadlines. Which side of that argument would you be on? Are we really doing something good for our students by letting them do an assignment over and over and have an opportunity to master it? Deadlines that aren't really deadlines, there might be a small penalty, but it doesn't turn out to be a 0 if they don't meet the first deadline, and getting a grade no less than 50 if they make any effort at all on a test. There can be no grades between 0 and 50. See the advantages to the student, but what happens when they leave the school system and go into the real world? On which side of this argument are you?
Well, given my reputation as being mean, challenging, and hard, I would definitely come down on the side that says that the school system, as a reflection of what's going on culturally and at home, we are enablers. We are not helping to prepare our students to become active, successful members of society.
Thank you. I don't have another question.
Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Chika Anyama. I live in Odenton, and I'm filling in for Cam Gas. And my first question is going to be, Susan up there had asked you about charter school. Mine is going to be homeschool. I'm a parent of my wife homeschools our kids. Although we support public schools because we speak during the budget, and stuff like that. Then my question is, we will appreciate our kids, going to schools and participating in sports activities and stuff like that. Some schools do let it, some principals do let them, some don't. Can we make that, can you work to see that homeschoolers are allowed to use sports facilities in the schools?
Well, I don't think there's any question they should be allowed to use the sports facilities, but I don't know that those students who are homeschooled should be allowed to participate on those schools' teams.
No, not on the teams. Yeah, just they can play with them in the times of recess, but if it was a school team, no, that just to allow them use their school facility, during recess or whatever.
Yeah. I think it's, parents are paying taxes, but they're not using the educational system.
Exactly.
But they might be able to make use of some kind of schedule adjustments to use the facilities, just as people who pay taxes, even if they don't drive, they're still paying the taxes to use the roads.
Exactly. Can we also go further than that? Because my kids and many other homeschool kids also take Maryland assessment test, and my kids do extremely well. At the end of their school, when we graduate, them, which they have graduated, 2 of them have graduated now. They're in Arundel Community College right now. Can they be issued a diploma from Arundel Community College? I mean, from the county? Is that?
It's my understanding, no, because they haven't followed the exact curricula that Anne Arundel County follows as far as state requirements for education, as far as maybe meeting specified classes and things.
As far as my kids have taken, most other kids have taken more classes than instruction than public schools, and have done better in their assessment test better than most of the public schools. So I would see why I don't know if I would buy that in an argument.
But your children might be the exception. And there's nothing to guarantee that the other homeschooled children have received the same curriculum objectives that the county and the state have required.
My last question is going to be really quick. Do you think the Teachers Association, when they support one particular political party during elections, has that hampered them then, because if the other political party wins the election, then, they're not given the full assistance that they probably would. You see where I'm coming from?
Historically, I guess teachers have been associated as being with one political party as the other. But having attended lots of local meetings and national meetings, I know that there are plenty of teachers who are with the other group, historically. I don't know that there's a historical record that shows that either party favors the teachers more so than the other, because there have been plenty of county executives who belong to one party who have done good things for the school system and for the teachers, and equally from the other side. So I don't know that political allegiance or nomenclature has hurt or harmed the education system in any long-term view.
Yeah, I have experience on that, but I'm gonna let it go.
I'm Jamie Falcon and represent District 33. How do you measure success, or how, if you were appointed, would you measure your success on the board?
How would I measure my success on the board?
How would you know if you were doing well?
To know that there have been gains.
How would you
in-
measure those?
By a drop in or an improvement in the retention record of the teachers that stay in the county, a closing of the achievement gap, by response from the community that they feel that the system is moving in a positive direction. We might not have achieved all the goals and all the intentions, but we've taken steps in the right directions because it has to be in small increments. It can't be overhauled. There are too many mistakes that are made when too much is changed too quickly.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you very much for
You
your
are welcome.
patience.
And you got 5 minutes to call him.
I called, they'll be here any minute. Okay, I'm very nervous about saying this. Next item on the agenda is new business.
Oh, my.
Mr. Chairman, I had some. I'm going to hold it till March 28th,
Okay.
but I would like to be put on the agenda for 28th.
Okay.
And have a second look at our voting policy, voting procedure.
That's already on the agenda in a way, because we are going over administrative procedures. Would you like specific, like we had for Jim Snyder tonight, specific time for a presentation?
No, I can do it during administrative procedures.
Okay. Any other new business? Seeing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Is there anyone opposed? Oh, okay, we are adjourned.
Good morning,
When are you defending?
A week from tonight.
He's a good teacher.
21st.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, thank you.
Must have been.